Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Ramadan, a sacred season observed by millions of Muslims across the world, is more than a religious ritual. It is a period of discipline, reflection, and profound moral introspection. The 9th month of the Islamic calendar commemorates the revelation of the Quran to Prophet Muhammad. From dawn to sunset, adherents abstain from food, drink, and physical indulgences. Yet, beyond the visible act of fasting lies a deeper purpose, the refinement of character. Ramadan becomes a school of restraint in an age of excess, a lesson in empathy amid hardship, a test of patience in uncertain times. It is a month defined by generosity, compassion, and reconciliation, a season where spiritual devotion meets social responsibility. But the lesson of Ramadan extend beyond personal faith. They offer reflections with striking relevance, particularly for leadership in Nigeria. Discipline, a central pillar of fasting, mirrors the demands of governance. Effective leadership requires restraint, consistency, and principled decision-making. Empathy, sharpened by the experience of fasting, reminds leaders of the lived realities of citizens. Policies grounded in compassion foster trust and legitimacy. Integrity, deeply embedded in the spirit of Ramadan, speaks to sincerity and accountability, qualities that strengthen institutions and sustain democracy. And unity, a recurring theme of the season, underscores the enduring need for cohesion in a nation defined by diversity. For adherents, Ramadan is not passive observance, but active responsibility, a call to discipline, reflection, generosity, and ethical conduct. Its message resonates far beyond faith. Restrain excess, act with integrity, serve with empathy, lead with responsibility. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome and many thanks for joining us. Money never sleeps, but certainly changes shape. From the pulse of the Nigerian exchange to the global surge in Brent crude, we'll track the numbers that move your world. I'm Uche Osai, and this is the Business Desk. Let's get down to business. Now, let's quickly run to the Nigerian Stock Exchange, where the Nigerian exchange experienced a slight pullback on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, following a record-breaking streak that saw the market across the 130 trillion naira mark earlier in the week. The all-share index ASI shared 0.69%, closing at 201,156.83 points compared to the previous day's high. Despite this daily dip, the market maintains a strong year-to-date return of approximately 29.27%. Looking at the market capitalization, we saw a market that rose up to 129.15 trillion naira, being traded in a volume ranging to over 1.7 billion shares, and this is buoyed by heavyweights like Dangote Cement and Access Holding. Now let's quickly take a look at the top 5 gainers. We tell you that the session saw strong performance from consumer services and insurance sector, and leading this charge is the NSL Tech, Secure Electronic Tech, which closed trading at 1 naira 32 kobo, making a positive adjustment of a 10% change. And then followed by Guinness Nigeria PLC. Guinness is traded as Guinness, closing trading yesterday at 423 naira 20 kobo, making a bullish change of a positive 9.92%. We're looking at John Hurt PLC, which is traded as John Hurt, closing trading yesterday at 11 naira 85 kobo, making a positive adjustment of a 9.72%. Then they are followed by Sovereign Insurance. Sovereign Trust is traded as Sovereign, which is an insurance stock, closing yesterday at 2 naira 6 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.57%. And we are seeing another one here, a Link Assure. Link Assure is linkage assurance, but it's traded as Link Assure, closing yesterday at 1 naira 64 kobo, equally bullish at 9.33%. And then let's quickly run to the top 5 losers yesterday, and we can tell you that yesterday profit taking in recently surged stocks and some financial heavyweights led to declines. Yes, and these are led by Restares. Restares Express is traded as Restares. Yes, 25 naira 70 kobo was the closing price yesterday, making a dip of 9.98% adjustment. Aradel Holdings, traded as Aradel, closed its book yesterday at 1,210 naira 30 kobo, making a dip of 9.68%. We are seeing Presco PLC is traded as Presco, closing its book yesterday at 1,701 naira 10 kobo, making a dip adjustment of 9.30%. And we are looking at Living Trust. Living Trust here closed trading yesterday at 4 naira 80 kobo, making a dip of an 8.40%. Yes, and then looking at GT equally in the freight, GT closed yesterday on a dip of 7.41, making it closing its book at 114 naira 35 kobo. The market continues to show resilience amid ongoing economic reforms and the lead up to the banking recapitalization deadline. Yes, and we can tell you that the heavyweights like Bua Cement and Dangote Cement remained relatively stable during this session, providing a floor for the index. Let's quickly take a look at the banking sector performance for yesterday. will tell you that this sector saw a mix of profit taking and strategic positioning. Yes, tier 1 heavyweights like GT and Zenith faced downward pressure after a massive rally the previous day. And looking at the closing, we can tell you that Zenith Bank closed at 110 naira, making a negative change of 1.03%, and this shows a slight pullback after a nearly 8% surge on March 17. And then looking at GT here closed at 114 naira 35 kobo, equally in the dip of 7.41%, making a significant profit taking following its peak performance. Yes, and then looking, yes, that's significant profit taking, yeah, that made the GT look be bearish yesterday. And then Access Holdings closed at 25 naira 70 kobo in the negative of 1.15%. They remained the third most traded stock on the exchange despite the dip. And then we're seeing Wema Bank here. Wema Bank closed at 27 naira, equally in the dip of a negative 2.35%, but we'll say that it faced moderate selling pressure as well. And then looking at UBA, which closed at 48 naira 75 kobo yesterday, will tell you that UBA held steady amidst the volatility of its peers. And then let's quickly take a look at the consumer goods sector performance. The Nigerian Exchange Consumer Goods Index managed to gain 1.19%, closing at 5,722.45 points. And we'll tell you that this sector was the top performing index for the day, primarily driven by a significant rally in brewery and heavy industry stocks. Yes, the positive movement was anchored by a few standout performers that offset profit taking in other areas of the market. Yes, and then let's take a look at the closing here. We are seeing Guinness. Yes, Guinness closed at 423 naira 20 kobo in the bullish, and we see that this showed that Guinness surged following an annual general meeting, AGM notice, and strong investor sentiment. Another one here is John Holt, which equally closed bullish of a plus 9.72%, showing that it continued its upward trajectory as a top sectorial gainer. Let's quickly take a look at another PZ Cushions, which equally is positive, closing at 76 naira, and will tell that it notched a steady gain amidst high trading volume. Another one to look at here is Dangote Sugar. Yeah, Dangote Sugar yesterday, though in the dip, closed at 4 naira 70 kobo, experienced a sharp drop, hitting the lower price floor due to heavy sell-offs. Yes, another one to see here is Interbrew. Yes, Interbrew closed at a dip of 14 naira, making a minus 6.35%, and it faced profit taking ahead of its fiscal year 2025 results announcement, which will be on March 27th. Now let's quickly run to the money market, where we'll look at Naira performance for yesterday. I will tell you that the Naira maintained its recent streak of relative stability in the official market, though it faced mild pressure in the parallel segment as well. Yes, Naira faced pressure in the parallel segment, as demand for the greenback persisted. And then when we take a look, the Nigerian foreign exchange market continues to reflect the impact of the CBN's February reforms, which reintegrated Bureau de Change operators into the official framework to narrow the gap between rates. And then quickly taking a look at the exchange table for yesterday, we'll see that the Naira, at the official market closed at 1,355 Naira 94 kobo against the US dollar, while at the parallel market, it was at 1,390 Naira, yes, at the black market against the dollar. And then against the British pound, yes, the Naira at the official market was 1,712 Naira 50 kobo, while at the parallel market it closed at 1,765 Naira. And then checking the Naira against the Euro, will tell you that the Naira at the official market closed at 1,468 Naira 20 kobo, and while at the street market it sold for 1,510 naira. Now, what are the key drivers of this performance? I will tell you that one of such drivers is official stability. Yes, the official rate saw a marginal appreciation compared to the previous week's average of 1,385 naira, signaling a steadying hand from the central banks, as it manages liquidity through the Nigerian foreign exchange market. Then another factor here is narrowing spread. We can tell you that the gap between the official and parallel market has narrowed significantly to roughly 2.5%, down from double-digit spread seen earlier in the year. And this is largely attributed to the improved supply of forex to retail end users via licensed BDCs. Yes, another factor to look at here is foreign reserve. Yes, foreign reserves. Tell that recent reports indicate a slight, uptick in Nigeria's foreign reserve, currently hovering around 36.2 billion US dollars, which has boosted investors' confidence in CBN's ability to defend the currency in the short term. Yes, let's quickly take a look at Brent crude performance for yesterday, and we'll tell you that Brent crude oil prices saw significant volatility as at Wednesday, and then which is primarily driven by intensifying geopolitical tensions. Yes, geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and concerns over global supply. Yes, when we'll take a look at the price, we can tell you that the Brent crude, yes, they settled at approximately $107.95 per barrel. Yes, showing, though some reports has it that during the intraday highs, it got as high as $109.65 per barrel. Then during the intraday change, we saw, that the Brent crude increased by roughly $4.40 to $6.23, making a positive 4.4% adjustment to 6.02% adjustment. And then during the intraday high, the Brent crude got as high as $108.60 per barrel. Now let's quickly peek into the international market, and we'll tell you that at the global market, it faced a significant volatility as at Wednesday, March 18th, as investors reacted to a hawkish hold from the U.S. Federal Reserve and escalating geopolitical tension in the Middle East. Now let's quickly run to the U.S. market. At the U.S. market, we'll tell you that Wall Street saw its first major loss of the week after the Federal Reserve opted to leave interest rates unchanged at 3.5% to 3.75%. And more importantly, updated projections suggest that the Fed may only deliver one rate cut in 2026, down from previous expectation of 2 or 3. And then when we look at the closing index here, you see that S&P 500, made a change in the dip of 1.36%, closing at 6,624.70 percent in points in value. And then looking at Nasdaq Composite, which yesterday closed at 22,152.42, closing value, making a dip of 1.46%. And looking at Dow Jones Industrials, closed at 46,225.16, in the dip as well of a negative 1.63%. Let's quickly take a look at the European market. Yes, we'll tell you that European stocks initially opened higher, buoyed by news that Iraq had signed a deal to resume oil exports via Turkey, potentially easing some supply concerns. However, much of these gains were surrendered by the close, as the negative sentiment from the US session took hold. Now, looking at FTSE 100 UK, we can tell you that it gained about 0.2% early on, led by a 17% surge in shares of Diploma PLC following a strong earnings upgrade. And then looking at that's Germany and CAC 40 of France rose by 0.5% and 0.8%, 0.8% respectively in early trade before flattening out. Then quickly taking a look at the Asian markets. Yes, Asian market is a tale of two halves, though it generally performed better than the Western counterparts during the Wednesday session as they traded before the full weight of the Fed's announcement was felt. And looking at Nikkei 225 of Japan rallied over 2% as oil prices briefly paused their climb. And then moving over to South Korea, tell you that Kospi jumped nearly 4%, marking one of the strongest regional performance. And moving over to Hong Kong, we'll tell you that Hang Seng remained relatively flat, closing with a marginal 0.3% gain. Yes. We can tell you that the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz are being viewed as a task on global growth, keeping energy-heavy indices volatile. And then gold, which is seen as safe havens, retreated slightly below $5,000 per ounce as Treasury yields climbed in response to the Fed's unchanged rate position. Now, let's quickly take a look at the factors that shaped Nigeria business landscape for yesterday. And what are these factors that shaped the Nigerian business landscape as at Wednesday, March 18? We can say that they are characterized by one, market milestone. The Nigerian exchange, officially crossed the 130 trillion naira market capitalization mark, reflecting sustained investor optimism despite a minor 0.69% daily pullback. And when we take a look at the oil paradox, we'll tell you that Brent crude surged past $108 per barrel due to Middle East tensions. While this creates a massive fiscal windfall for the government, it pushed domestic petrol prices to between 1,170 naira and 1,400 naira per liter, depending on the city and proximity to the sea. And then another issue here is the banking stability. We can tell you that the CBN governor confirmed that the two banks have now met the new recapitalization requirement, signaling the near total transition to a more liquid and transparent financial system ahead of the March 31st deadline. Yes, and then let's quickly take a look at the naira resilience being another factor, that shaped the business landscape for Wednesday. We'll tell you that the local currency remains stable at 1,357 naira against the dollar at the official market, and while it maintained 1,405 naira against the dollar at the black market. And we tell you that this is supported by foreign reserves crossing the $50 billion threshold. Yes, and then when we take all this into account, what are we going to tell investors? Our position on today's market is that when we look at what the way the market rallied yesterday, the profit takers and the defensive positions that we are taking yesterday, we can only tell investors in Nigeria that they should follow the smart money. Yes, follow the smart money. You heard me correctly. Follow the smart money is the way to go. When the market returns from the holiday, you will follow the smart money. Buy banks on the dip. Listen carefully. Buy banks on the dip. Hedge with upstream energy. Yes, hedge with upstream energy. Hold resilient consumer stocks. If you did hear me correctly, we'll say that our advice in the market is that you should follow the smart money. Buy banks on the dip. Yes, buy banks on the dip. Look at the tier one banking sectors. Buy into them now. Take a defensive position. Then hedge with the upstream energy, and then hold resilient consumer stocks. In this way, you play the market. Whichever way the market goes, you are sure not to lose money. Yes, you won't lose because you've taken a smart position, following smart money, going to the tier one banking sector, and then being able to share it up with the energy, the upstream energy sector, and then holding resilient consumer stocks as well. So whichever the market pushes, if it's bullish, you're sure to cash out, and when it becomes bullish, yes, your defensive position is able to hedge, in between, and that way you join, the way Nigerians say it, cash out when the hour comes. And this is the smart way to go. And this is where we draw the curtain today on Aneke TV Business Desk. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely, but do not forget to consult a certified, financial analyst due to the volatility of the market. To come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Sultan of Sokoto declares tomorrow Eid al-Fitr as security agencies intensify nationwide deployment. Labour Party fixes date for 2027 presidential primary. On the foreign scene, United States intelligence community says China not planning 2027 Taiwan invasion. On business, freight forwarders shut down shipping firms in Lagos over tariff increase. Now the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to strengthen security cooperation with the United Kingdom to counter rising terrorism threats across West Africa. Speaking at a banquet hosted by King Charles III at Windsor Castle, the president stressed that Nigeria bears significant responsibility in safeguarding regional stability, particularly amid evolving threats from the Sahel. President Tinubu noted that the collaboration with the UK remains critical in addressing cross-border terrorism and insurgency. He announced plans to further deepen bilateral security engagement during talks with Keir Starmer, aimed at enhancing intelligence sharing and operational support. The president described the event as historic, becoming the first Nigerian leader to address a formal gathering at Windsor Castle. He highlighted enduring diplomatic ties between both nations and the importance of sustained partnerships in addressing global and regional security challenges. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, has warned that the insurgency in Nigeria's northeast will persist unless local communities stop aiding terrorist elements. Speaking in Maiduguri, he revealed that injured insurgents were recently discovered hiding within civilian populations, indicating ongoing collaboration. General Oluyede, who relocated to the region alongside the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, said communities must take ownership of the fight against insurgency. He emphasized that many insurgents maintain familial or social ties within host communities, complicating military operations. The development follows a deadly triple bomb attack on Maiduguri that claimed 23 lives. Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima visited victims at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, condemning the attacks as senseless violence against innocent citizens during Ramadan. The Arewa Consultative Forum has also raised concerns over rising insecurity, calling for a comprehensive overhaul of national security strategies. President Tinubu, however, described the attacks as desperate acts by weakened terrorist groups under sustained military pressure. The Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barau Jibrin, has assured Nigerians that concerns surrounding the proposed establishment of state police will be addressed in the ongoing review of the 1999 Constitution. He gave the assurance while receiving members of the Police Steering Committee in Abuja. The committee, inaugurated by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, is tasked with developing a framework for state policing. Led by Olu Ogunsakin, the panel briefed the National Assembly on its progress and sought legislative input. Senator Jibrin, who also chairs the Senate Committee on Constitution Review, commended the initiative, describing it as aligned with the renewed hope agenda of President Tinubu to strengthen national security architecture. He, however, stressed the need for safeguards against abuse, urging the committee to ensure accountability, public trust, and the establishment of a robust public safety structure in its recommendations. The Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar, has declared tomorrow as the first day of Shawwal, marking the Eid al-Fitr celebration in Nigeria. The declaration followed the non-sighting of the new moon, confirming the completion of Ramadan as 30 days. The Sultan urged Muslims to sustain the spiritual lessons of Ramadan and continue praying for national peace and unity. The announcement has triggered nationwide preparations for the Salah celebration. Security agencies, including the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps and the Nigerian Police Force, have deployed thousands of personnel across the country to ensure a peaceful celebration. Authorities have also placed restrictions on fireworks and dangerous items, particularly during Durbar activities, while urging citizens to remain vigilant and cooperate with security agencies. In the meantime, the Kano state government has confirmed that Muhammadu Sanusi II will lead the 2026 Eid al-Fitr prayers at the traditional Durbar procession. The decision is aimed at resolving tensions arising from rival claims involving Aminu Ado Bayero. The government stated that the official procession will commence from Kofa Mata to the Emir's palace under the leadership of Sanusi II. The move is part of efforts to maintain order and clarity in the state's traditional leadership structure. Authorities have, however, scaled down major Durbar activities, suspending events such as Hawan Daushe and Hawan Faniso, while modifying Hawan Nasarawa to prevent possible clashes. Security agencies have been placed on high alert with directives to monitor compliance and prevent any breakdown of law and order during the festivities. Meanwhile, the Enugu State Police Command has announced extensive security deployment ahead of the 2026 Eid al-Fitr celebrations. Commissioner of Police Maman Bitrus Giwa conveyed greetings to Muslim faithful and assured residents of adequate protection. According to the police public relations officer, Daniel Ndokwe, the command has implemented strategic deployment of personnel and operational assets across the state. Security presence will be intensified at prayer grounds, recreational centers, and other public locations, alongside increased patrols to deter criminal activities. The command urged residents to remain law-abiding, vigilant, and to report suspicious activities, reaffirming its commitment to safeguarding lives and property. Away from that, Nigeria has received 11,520 doses of lenacapavir, marking a major advancement in HIV prevention efforts. The drug, administered twice yearly, offers an alternative to daily pre-exposure prophylaxis. The consignment delivered in Lagos is part of 52,000 dose donation from the Global Funds, with additional shipments expected later in the year. The National AIDS, Viral Hepatitis and STIs Control Program confirmed that the medication will be distributed to free high-risk groups and pilot scheme across selected states and the Federal Capital Territory.
Health authorities say the initiative will improve adherence to prevent protocols and accelerate Nigeria's target of eliminating HIV as a public health threat by 2030. The Labour Party has fixed May 23, 2027 for its presidential primaries ahead of the general elections. The decision was reached at the National Executive Council meeting in Abuja, observed by Independent National Electoral Commission. The party also announced that it will submit its membership register to Aneke by April 15, May 2026, as part of preparations for internal elections. Primaries for governorship and legislative positions are scheduled for May 15, 2026, while congresses at ward, local government, and state levels will proceed a national convention slated for April 11, 2026. The resolutions backed by party leaders including Nenadi Usman and Darlington Wokocha signal early strategic position for the 2027 elections. The Cross River State government has launched an aggressive sanitation drive to restore Calabar as Nigeria's cleanest city. The Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Moses Osogi, said the intervention follows concerns over deteriorating waste management. Under the administration of Governor Basi Otu, additional trucks and emergency evacuation teams have been deployed to clear refuse across the metropolis. The government has also divided the city into operational zones to improve efficiency, with the Calabar Urban Development Authority handling routine waste collections. Residents have been urged to avoid indiscriminate dumping of refuse, particularly in drainage channels, to prevent flood and environmental hazards. The federal government and several state governments have directed political appointees and civil servants intended to contest the 2027 elections to resign from office. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu mandated federal appointees to step down by March 31st, 2026. In Cross River State, Governor Basi Otu has set March 26, 2026 as the deadline for affected officials, emphasizing the need to maintain focus in governance. Similarly, the Kwara State government issued a directive through the head of service, aligning with constitutional provisions and the timetable of the Independent National Electoral Commission. The directives are aimed at ensuring a clear separation between governance and political ambition as the country prepares for the 2027 general elections. In the meantime, Governor Chukwuma Soludo has directed all political appointees in Anambra State to hand over their duties immediately following his inauguration for a second term. The directive, issued through the Office of the Secretary to the State Government, mandates appointees to transfer responsibilities to permanent secretaries or most senior civil servants in their ministries. The handover is to be completed before the close of work, pending the formation of a new executive council. The move signals dissolution of the existing cabinet and the commencement of a new administration cycle in the state. A commission of inquiry has affirmed Igwe Gibson Mosu as the lawful traditional ruler of Oka, resolving a prolonged leadership dispute in the community. The panel, chaired by retired Justice Paul Obidigwe, found that the alleged dethronement of Igwe Mosu violated due process and principles of fair hearing. It also ruled that the emergence of Austin Digwe did not comply with statutory provisions, rendering his claim invalid. Governor Chukwuma Soludo said the government will review the report and issue a white paper reaffirming commitment to upholding the rule of law in traditional institutions. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Sultan of Sokoto declares tomorrow Eid al-Fitr as security agencies intensify nationwide deployment. Labour Party fixes date for 2027 presidential primary. Coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, U.S. intelligence says China not planning Taiwan invasion by 2027. On business, freight forwarders shut down shipping firms over tariff hike. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. United States intelligence community has assessed that China is likely to launch a military invasion of Taiwan by 2027. The report indicates that Beijing still prefers non-military means to achieve reunification despite ongoing military buildup. The assessment contrasts earlier warnings by the Pentagon on China's growing military capability. It notes continued use of gray zone tactics, including military drills and coercive measures aimed at pressuring Taiwan without direct conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump has downplayed the likelihood of conflict, citing relations with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. However, the United States continues significant arms sales to Taiwan as part of its regional security strategy. The report also warns that Japan may face increased pressure from China, particularly from following remarks by Prime Minister Senai Taikichi on potential support for Taiwan. Over 1,100 Afghan evacuees are facing an uncertain future as the United States prepares to shut down resettlement processing at Camp As-Saliyah in Doha. The evacuees were relocated in 2021 following the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Many of those affected had worked with U.S. forces or international organizations and were promised relocation. However, recent policy changes, including suspension of refugee processing and travel restrictions, have stalled their resettlement. With the camps scheduled to close by March 31st, 2026, evacuees risk being returned to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, where they face potential reprisals. The U.S. State Department says it is exploring third country resettlement options. Advocacy groups and military veterans have urged the U.S. government to honor its commitments, warning that failure to do so could undermine trust with future international partners. Operatives of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps have uncovered an illegal crude oil storage facility in Igruta, Rivers State. The discovery followed intelligence-led operations by the Corps Anti-Vandal Unit. At the site, officials found large quantities of suspected stolen crude oil stored in tanks, believed to have been siphoned from vandalized pipelines. The exact volume is yet to be determined. The Rivers State Commandant, Joaquin Okafo, described the operation as part of efforts to combat oil theft and economic sabotage in the Niger Delta. He assured that investigations are ongoing to identify those responsible, while the facility remains secured pending further forensic analysis and prosecution. Operations were disrupted at Apapa ports in Lagos as freight forwarders protested increased shipping charges by major firms. The demonstrators targeted companies including MSC Shipping and Pacific International Lines. The protest was led by members of the Association of Nigeria Licensed Custom Agents, who accused shipping firms of ignoring directives from the Nigeria Shippers Council to suspend tariff increase. Managing Director of MSC Nigeria, Jake Iloso, acknowledged receiving verbal instructions but stated that no formal directive had been issued to halt the new charges. Efforts by the Shippers Council to mediate were unsuccessful, with authorities warning that the disruption could lead to increased demurrage, cost, and further economic losses. The Enugu State Government has enforced the mandatory use of designated bus terminals for passenger operations across the state. The directive followed a stakeholders meeting involving transport unions, security agencies, and government officials. According to the communique signed by John Ebo and Emeka Mama, all vehicles must operate strictly from all approved terminals. Under the policy, luxury buses are restricted to Holy Ghost terminals too, while tricycles and minibuses are limited to designated drop-off points, eliminating roadside loading. The initiative introduces a cashless revenue system and will be enforced by agencies including the Nigerian Police, Federal Road Safety Corps, NSCDC, and the Nigerian Correctional Service. Now in sports, Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle has released a 23-man squad for upcoming friendlies against Iran and Jordan, excluding key players. Notably absent are striker Victor Osimhen and goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. The team is scheduled to face Iran on March 27 and Jordan on March 31st in Antalya, Turkey. Goalkeeping responsibilities will be handled by Maduko Koye, Adebayo Adeleye and Francis Uzoho. Defensive and midfield selections include Calvin Bassey, Semi Ajayi, Alex Iwobi and Wilfred Ndidi. The attack will be led by Ademola Lookman, Samuel Chukwueze and Akon Adams as the coach evaluates squad depth ahead of future competitions. Now in entertainment, Pastor Blessed Uzochikwa has celebrated his wife, gospel singer Mercy Chinwo, on her birthday with a public tribute. He described her as a devoted minister and a symbol of grace and faith. The cleric highlighted her decision to remain in gospel music following her success at the Nigerian Idol competition in 2012, noting that it shaped her career and ministry. The couple, who married in 2022, have continued to project a faith-based model combining ministry with public engagement. They have urged young people to remain committed to their values, emphasizing faith, patience, and purpose in relationships and personal development. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The Sultan of Sokoto and President General of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Al-Haji Muhammad Saad Abubakar, has declared tomorrow as Eid al-Fitr, marking the end of Ramadan, while security agencies across Nigeria have intensified nationwide deployments to ensure a peaceful celebration. The Labour Party has announced May 23, 2027 for its presidential primary election as part of its preparations for the next general elections. On the foreign scene, the United States intelligence community has assessed that China is not planning a military invasion of Taiwan by 2027, despite ongoing regional tensions. On business, freight forwarders have shut down operations of major shipping firms in Lagos over increased tariffs, protesting what they describe as non-compliance with directives of the Nigerian Shippers Council. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and joy. Bringing you today's dose of brightness and peace. I'm Good Hope Chukoma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say coconut that wants to be big must learn to how to survive the fall. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we are here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space. We are here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Well, it's Thursday, 19th day of March 2026, so it's another new day and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business and stock updates, hot topics, and that sunrise spark to help you own the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with a quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven throughout the day.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, and of course, debated.
We'll give you also a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, something you have to expect and know before you step out.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing you the tech updates. Of course, there is a sports wrap, and we'll let you know how to watch over your investment.
All right, now to our inspiration segment for the day, our inspiration segment, which says, even if the market is noisy, the person looking for what to buy will always find the seller. Even if the market is noisy, the person looking for what to buy will always find the seller. Even in noisy, crowded markets where many people are shouting, moving, and competing for attention, the buyer who truly knows what they want will not be distracted. They will search, ignore the noise, and eventually locate the exact seller for what they want, and that meets their need in life. Although life is full of distractions and other things which has come to it, but then you won't be easily misled. You stay focused, filter out unnecessary noise, and find out right opportunity, people or paths meant for clarity. And you, at the end of the day, you are going to see how clear it is and what you want to do, because you're going to stay focused.
All right, this is quite apt, and you've spoken to the issue here. Is you see, this quote is a classic piece of Nigerian philosophy, and at its core, like you rightly pointed out, is speaking to us about the value of being focused, and then the value of visibility as well. And when you look at these African or Nigerian quotes, speaking to being, focus in what we do. You already mentioned about filtering noise. We're in a society where the noise is loudest, and I want to relate this to the people in let's say Balogun market in Lagos, or in main market in Onitsha, or even Ogbete here. When you go there, you see that the noise are loudest. People, their stereos on, people are shouting, different noise echoing. But in the market, it's not he that makes the loudest noise, that makes the greatest sales. What matters here is that one, sticks to being original, focusing on their own niche. What are you selling? Now speaking to value that you bring. When you sell quality, buyers will locate you. It's not about the loudest. So in this instance, do you bring value? And when you bring value, employers will locate you. So that's what we're being told this morning. That is all about remaining focused, bringing value and being visible. And the market, for instance, in these times can be linked to the social media, where you see people on TikTok, Facebook, different platforms, a number of them, and the noise is going. Everyone is either selling one thing or the other, and you may feel discouraged that there are too many people. There are over 200 persons who are in your line of niche or your business, and that wants to deter you. No, what matters is the value you bring. like I did say, once you have value, if you bring value, then buyers will locate you wherever you are. I don't know if you had that experience. There is always let's say tellers, they are very far away from you, hidden, no signpost or anything, but when you need to make a clothes, you locate them wherever they are. You search them out, you go after them. In fact, you take the distance to look for them, simply because they are good at what they do. They don't need a signpost to advertise them. So because they are bringing value, you go to them wherever they are. And that's what this quote is telling us this morning. That's when you can add value, then you will be sought after, you will be seen. So don't let yourself be drowned with the noise. No, remain focused. When the world is bragging about what they are gaining and what they are doing, keep calm and keep refining yourself. Keep training until you become the best version of yourself, or the best version of what you do. The market will locate you. So for me, the key takeaway here is that we shouldn't be worried about how many people are doing what we do. No, focus on being the seller that is worth finding. Being the seller that is worth finding. As long as you are providing real solution, your buyer is already on the way. They must locate you wherever you are, irrespective of the noise, irrespective of number of persons who are in the same line of business with you. And to bring you home, if you happen to get to main market, for example, take a clothing line, for example, you see that there are a whole lot of them. In fact, everybody is flocked together. Yes. Yet each and everyone makes sales. Yes. And there are people who have their customer. They come all the way from Niger Republic, Cotonou, and they locate that individual, irrespective of where they are in the line. And that is what we are being told this morning. So remain focused, remain resilient, and most importantly, you give value. Be a solution provider. Yes. Resources companies will look out for you.
Thank you very much. We go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Oka will sit around 25 degrees Celsius to 35 degrees Celsius, starting bright and slightly cloudy, but building into possible evening rain, so the day may feel sticky before a refreshing shower steps in.
Good morning, Enugu. And the coast city this morning will be hot at 24 degrees Celsius to 36 degrees Celsius with strong sunshine and later thunderstorms. So it's one of those days where you will sweat early and dodge rain later.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Abakaliki will be warm at 24 degrees to 35 degrees Celsius with a mix of sun and clouds and possible late day showers. So expect a slightly intense afternoon followed by a relaxed, breezy night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri this morning will be cloudy with mild sunshine peeking through, and a chance of light rain that could make it the evening calmer and cooler is estimated to range between 24 degrees Celsius to 33 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Umuahia, Abia State. Umuahia is heating up nicely around 24 degrees to 36 degrees Celsius with sunshine early on. But clouds will gather and likely bring a quick afternoon thunderstorm. So expect a hot, humid feel with a sudden cool down later.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and keep an umbrella handy. But do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break. I will return with more updates.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today, from The Nation to the Daily Trust, Vanguard, and The Guardian.
And joining us this morning to give flesh to these news issues is Sir Gerard Odo. Sir Gerard, how are you this morning?
I'm fine. I'm doing very well.
All right. It's a pleasure to see you on Sunrise this morning.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
We have from The Nation's newspaper headline, which says, Pomp, Splendor mark hosting of Tinubu, wife by King Charles. Now on the Punch headline, we have Nigeria, Britain set for fresh security alliance. Now on the Vanguard, we have how Nigeria spent 32.8 trillion naira on defense in 15 years. Then on the Guardian newspaper, we have African Union rallies support against terrorism as CDS decries enemies within. Now on the Daily Trust, we have man loses 4 sons to Maiduguri explosions. Man loses 4 sons to Maiduguri explosions. A tragic incident in Maiduguri has left a man devastated after losing his 4 sons in a series of explosions, highlighting the continuous dangers of insecurity and violent attacks in the region, while drawing sympathy and renewed calls for stronger safety measures to protect civilians. Well, seeing the newspaper headline that we have now about man losing 4 sons to the Maiduguri explosions that occurred in 3 different locations, in the teaching hospital, at the Monday market, and the other place. It is so painful coming from this man's side and experience right now. Imagine losing your sons at same day just because of insecurity and terrorism. And a lot of people have gone ahead to say that Nigeria will not end them, or that issues around this will not end them. But here we are having such a man, crying, the crying of his 4 sons who were lost in the same day. I wonder what he must have been going through, and I wonder the kind of situation that he has found himself. And from the news that we have, the Vice President of Nigeria, Shetima, yes, he visited the hospital scene, and he has seen the people 108 who are injured. But about the other people who who died, they are still about to identify most of them. And this man has identified that his 4 sons were lost and that they were part of the bomb blast. Yes. So, yeah.
Well, I would start by saying that it is really a scandalous issue. In this current economy, losing your own son, not even son, but sons,
yes.
it is heartbreaking.
Yes.
First of all, I send my deepest condolences to the families affected. It is something nobody would wish for even his worst enemy. But this goes to show you the demerits or the weaknesses of the Nigerian insecurity in our polity. It goes to show you how weakened our security is in this country. Although the Vice President has extended his solidarity visits, or should I say condolence visit to the family.
Yes.
I think that approach is actually a commendable one.
Yes.
But let us look at the crux, the climax of the issue. What exactly caused the death of these 4 sons? Insecurity.
Insecurity, yes.
Insecurity,
Yes.
which is a paramount problem in today's Nigeria. So I think we should employ more hands in terms of insecurity, especially in that northeastern Nigeria. It is indeed a very big problem for the Nigerian police.
Yes, it is indeed a very big problem. Of course, you know that the army generals and the other security officials have been sent by the president to the environment, to the place where the bomb blast happened. They went, and there are other things they are already finding out. And these things are the things that we are having in a society where people are existing. And they have also made a cry that anyone who knows how to, track these people down, because these people, from what we are having in the news, are the people who live amongst the communities, the terrorists, the people who are engaging themselves in these issues, are the people who are living in the community. So it is a problem. And looking at this man losing his 4 sons, let's come from the psychological side, how it will affect him. You said something about him losing sons in this economy. We're not talking about provisions. We're not talking about what to eat. We're talking about human lives, and it is something that is very, very grave, and we extend our condolence to the family.
All right, when we would speak about human lives like this in Nigeria, a number of times, one continue to wonder how, we get to this level where the sanctity of human life, it is no longer as sacred as it used to be. And speaking to insurgents in Nigeria is no longer news. And after this Maiduguri explosion, would this be the last we hear of such explosion happening in at the teaching hospital, Monday Market, and around the post office in Maiduguri? Like you did say, our condolences to the man that lost 4 sons. What a pity, to lose not just one, like you rightly pointed out, but 4 at this instance. What will Nigerian state say such a man? How do you console such a man that your children wake up and never maybe back home? Not because they were sick, but due to a situation that over time is beginning to overwhelm the state. And when we look at this whole issue, I will continue to ask the question, is it because those who are most highly placed are not touched? We are speaking to the issue in Maiduguri right now. Don't speak to the number of soldiers we've lost to insurgency, the number of soldiers we've lost to bandits, and then one begins to remember that during the campaigns in 2023, the vice president who has gone to Maiduguri to, pay condolences to the bereaved, I remember quite well him speaking on a public forum that he would handle issues around security, that he will take security personal. And I dare ask, what are the inputs? What are the derivables? How has he made input in seeing that this situation is curtailed? We'll continue to lose our nationals. We'll continue to lose citizens to, this insecurity. What are we doing as a people? This takes me back to the, though I have to take exceptions to the tweet from the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, where he said, alluded to open borders. If he is speaking to open borders, remember they have intel in Nigeria. It means that despite this challenge, we've not steadied the tide in saying that we police our borders. Why are we having open borders till this moment? Why are people so free to come and go at will? These are the issues that has to be looked at. Yes, they have a free day. People can stroll in and stroll out into the country. How do we check the proliferation of arms that is being brought into the country? Do we even know the number of EV factories that have been developed over time? If the borders are so porous, that means experts can walk in, teach other these nefarious individuals how to, make these improvised explosive devices and then walk free out. There are a whole lot of issues. This issue should go beyond condolence. Today is a man losing 4 children. I tell you, tomorrow you may see a man losing the whole family. Of course, it didn't happen in Kwara. This is not the first time. It happened in Kwara. It has happened in Katsina. It has happened in Kaduna. There are people who have lost a whole family. I have seen one. He is the only one of his generation left behind due to the issue around insecurity. How long do we continue to speak about this issue? These are the issues. How do you console such a man, Gerard? Because I do not understand. I do not love meeting such persons. What are we going to tell them? What is the vice president telling them? Are we going to say that the Nigerian state failed such an individual? It's terrible. It's terrible. And we do not have a handle on it at the moment.
All right, we go over to the next newspaper where we're going to be looking at the nation's pomp, splendor, mark hosting of Tinubu, wife by King Charles. At the nation's newspaper headline, we have pomp, splendor, mark hosting of Tinubu, wife by King Charles. The visit of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his wife to the United Kingdom was marked by grandeur and royal ceremony as they were warmly received by King Charles III, highlighting strong diplomatic ties and mutual respect between both nations. Yes, we have already seen that our president marking his 2-day visit to the UK, and we have seen that him and King Charles III at Windsor Castle with Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, they had their discussions, and our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, being the first, we could say the second president, or the first in 38 years to visit, to make such royal visit. And we also seen it from this side that there is strong diplomatic ties and mutual respect between both nations. You could see that we are headed towards the right direction. But at some point, and at the point of this whole visiting, we are seeing President Tinubu and the governor, yes, and King Charles, coming together. If you watch that clip, you will also see how the whole thing went, what he said concerning the relationship with Nigeria and UK, what they are planning to, what they are proposing, and how they are about to carry it out. Yes, Mr. Gerard.
Well, I would describe that reception as an epitome of elegance and candor. It greatly explores that UK is trying to partner or maintain what we call economic and security ties with the good people of Nigeria. But the side notion, the most important question now is, how will that visit reflect to the everyday life of an average Nigerian?
Starting with insecurity.
Starting with insecurity, because life is the most paramount factor in our world today. Human life is the most paramount and indispensable factor in our polity. So the questions Nigerians are asking, we are not just looking at the grandeur aspect of it, the red carpet, and some other diplomatic benefits that was accrued to our president. We are looking beyond that. What will that visit reflect to the life of the average Nigerian? Will it change the price of fuel today? Will it tackle the issue of insecurity? These are the subtle and salient questions we should be asking, and how we must make sure that that visit is being translated positively to the lives of every Nigerian citizen.
All right, anybody, we all have different views to this issue. While your points may be germane, my position is that we shouldn't take away from this royal splendor. When you look at that, you see that nothing, expenses were not spared. the royal family, King Charles, went all the way to host our president and the wife, the first lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I will speak to that banquet, not alluding to, other intricacies within the Nigerian state that the government should look into. But looking at that banquet, it tells you that our colonial masters places serious importance to the Nigerian nation. Yes, a lot of persons may want to argue to the economic viability of Nigeria to the, to the kingdom or to the government of England being our colonial masters. Yes, that cannot be taken away. But one thing, stands out, that our colonial masters, the King Charles III, places such importance to that state visit. Remember, Mr. President is the #1 image maker of Nigeria. And when the world sees such royalty and splendor, the pomp and pageantry with which Mr. President was received, people will take notice, and perhaps they may begin to understand that Nigeria is an important nation to be taken serious. Without giving words to the royalty, to the splendor that was displayed, one would begin to read a number of meanings without words. It says a lot. And one of such is that the Nigerian nation, irrespective of where we are today, I should say, the #1 royal family in the world as at this moment. So for me, we have our issues. It may not in essence impact directly on the common man, but I tell you, when we investigate, you will see that it has a way of impacting the common man. If I may detour a bit, this visit gives a sense of pride to our nationals in the United Kingdom. Yes, there are people there who do not know that the Nigeria is a nation, that there is a nation called Nigeria. When they see a black man, they say all of us are from Africa. So seeing with the importance with which the royal family welcomed our president and the first lady, they will pause and take notice. And I tell you, it may begin to, affect how people treat our citizens in the United Kingdom. There are a lot of undertones that may be drawn from this state visit, but everyone has their opinion on this, and maybe Good Hope still have more opinions on this.
Yes, I still have more opinion because we are talking about splendor and royalty. This splendor and royalty we are talking about is something that we are seeing the Nigerian state from here, having there. Now, another thing that a lot of people we are saying about this visit is about how some governors traveled from Nigeria to welcome the president in the UK. I mean, amidst this whole escalation of insecurity. So even though we're still talking about the splendor, the grandeur, treatment and all those things, we're still talking about the governors and other issues where many people have said that the president is enjoying in the UK while his country is burning. What is he doing there? Why is he enjoying all these things when he should have, cut down on all these things? Well, I see it as from what Mr. Chia said, as part of a way for the people in the UK to also understand that there is a nation called Nigeria, and that nation is a big nation.
All right, Nigeria, you have something to say, but I would hold on you with your opinion. Let me call for that video and let's peek into the splendor with which Mr. President was welcomed.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, and distinguished First Lady, Ekabo Shadani. My wife and I are delighted to welcome you to Windsor Castle here on this occasion, and we are most grateful to you for travelling during this holy month, which I acknowledge is no small sacrifice, and so it is my particular pleasure to wish you, Mr. President, peace, blessings, and an abundance of joy, and Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Mubarak. During my most recent visit to Nigeria in 2018, when I was fortunate enough to be able to spend some time with your highly respected traditional leaders, the Sultan of Sokoto, the Uni of Ife, Unicha Wari, and the Emir of Kano, it was self-evident that while the warmth of the Nigerian welcome remains constant, the country itself is transforming at a remarkable pace. Nigeria hasn't merely changed, it has arrived. Yours is now a nation of over 230 million people, half of whom are under 18, with the energy, ingenuity, ambition, and resolve to address the great challenges of our age. We in the United Kingdom are blessed that so many people of Nigerian heritage, having chosen Britain as their home, are now at the heart of British life through excelling at the highest levels of business, technology, academia, law, science, sport, literature, and the arts. I have met so many of these quiet heroes in our schools, businesses, National Health Service, and universities, including countless young people who have flourished through the work of my King's Trust over the last 50 years. Only last week, I was delighted to host a rather lively group in Nigeria. Niger no day carry last.
King Charles III, Queen Camilla, Prince William, the Prince of Wales and Duke of Cornwall, and Catherine, the Princess of Wales. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is not Nigeria, no they carry last. It is a very splendid moment. It is with the profound honor to stand before you today, representing the people of Nigeria as we reaffirm the enduring bonds of friendship, history, and shared purpose that have united our two nations for several centuries. Allow me first to express my sincere appreciation to Your Majesty and to Her Majesty, the Queen, for the warmth and generosity extended to me, my wife, Oluremi, and the Nigerian delegation. As the first Nigerian leader to speak here at Windsor Castle, which has served the British crown for nearly a millennium, it is particularly historic. Windsor has stood as a symbol of continuity, witnessing the steady evolution of institutions that have shaped governance, culture, and public life, not only in Britain, but far beyond these shores. Nigeria and United Kingdom have shared more than just history. Our two nations share a vision of progress and resilience. Today, we continue that journey, committed to building a future rooted in partnership, mutual respect, and common values. Standing here in Windsor Castle, one cannot but help reflect on British impact on modern democratic governance worldwide. We remember the Magna Carta of 1215, which laid the early foundation for the rule of law and the development of parliamentary democracy, establishing enduring ideals around liberty, accountable government, and civic responsibilities. Great Britain thinkers and writers such as Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Edmund Burke helped to propagate those democratic ideals. This influence continues to resonate till this date. The literary genius of William Shakespeare and other writers such as Charles Dickens has enriched and shaped the English language spoken by over 1.7 billion people worldwide. In Nigeria, element of this tradition continues to inform the institutional foundation of our own republic. Our court draws upon legal tradition rooted in English common law. Our parliamentary institution reflects constitutional practices that evolved here over centuries. Our civil service structure have also drawn upon administrative models developed in Britain and adapted to Nigeria's own national context. While institutions matters greatly, Your Majesty, our people remains the strongest bridge between our two countries. The Nigerian community in United Kingdom has become one of the most dynamic diaspora communities worldwide. Nigerians continue to contribute enormously to the vitality both here in England and in Nigeria. Within the National Health Service, Nigerian doctors and nurses play an indispensable role in delivering health care. Nigerian trained doctors are among the largest group of international medical professionals serving the NHS. In sport, rugby players such as Mario Tuje, footballers including Bukayo Saka, Eberechi Eze, and champion boxer Anthony Joshua illustrate the remarkable human connection that links Nigeria and the United Kingdom. Our partnership is further strengthened through the Commonwealth of Nations, which connects 56 countries under Your Majesty's leadership. Thank you very much for all you've been doing for us. We discussed at length earlier on today the essence of bringing over 2.7 billion people together and removing trade barriers. as one of the largest nations within the Commonwealth.
Nigeria, gives much more room for one to be excited about this state visit. And listening to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, brings one major point to my mind, irrespective of the fact that we want to talk about our shortcomings as a people at home, and then this state visit at this point in time. Yes, at other fora, I had critiqued this state visit at this time, but on the other ground, I begin to look at things from a broader perspective. Look at Mr. President speaking to the Nigerian, contingents in the UK, mentioning Anthony Joshua, Bukayo Saka, and Bukayo Saka, and the rest of them. Tells you the import of this state visit. Yes, the timing may not be the right time, but I tell you that this state visit must have been scheduled a long time before this period, and one never, prophesied or could imagine the bomb blast that happened in Maiduguri at this time. Yes. But we do not have to let that take away from the essence of this royal welcome and state visit. And like Mr. President has now pointing out, our contingents who are in UK and are doing well, and most importantly, citing that the Nigerian medical practitioners constitute a higher number with NHS, providing medical care to the UK citizens and beyond, right? So one thing for me is that this visit would bring to the fore in the minds of the legislators in the UK, policy formulators who are beginning to take a certain stance against Nigerian immigrants in UK. In fact, when we look at these other sides, they are very, keen factors to look into on the import of this state visit. But maybe I will leave that. When we continue to look at other news issues, we'll be able to explain the import of this visit. For me, I want to, be drawn in the euphoria of the achievables from this very state visit, rather than look at, yes, our shortcomings. If Mr. President had been, stayed behind, he may not be able to stop the next insurgent attack, yes, in as much as. But with this royal visit, I tell you, there are a lot of bilateral agreements that will be entered into. Even issue around security will be discussed, the economy and all that. So there are benefits to it, looking at it holistically.
All right, thank you very much. We go over to our Vanguard newspaper headline, where we have how Nigeria spent 32.8 trillion naira on defense in 15 years. How Nigeria spent 32.8 trillion naira on defense in 15 years. Over the past 15 years, Nigeria has spent a total of 32.8 trillion naira on defense, highlighting the huge financial resources devoted to addressing security challenges. Despite this massive expenditure, insecurity remains a persistent issue, raising questions about the effectiveness, allocation, and impact of the defense spending.
All right, let me go to Gerard. Let me get your view on this.
Well, when you hear humongous figures like this, what normally sparks in the mind of an average Nigerian is anger and bitterness, because the figure we just stated now, it's clearly evident that according to statistics, roughly 2.something trillion naira is spent every year on security and some other security matters. You begin to ask yourself, were these funds properly used for the exact thing they told us it was used for? That's the first question. Another question we must ask ourselves is, in all these spendings, does it reflect to the life of an average man living in Maiduguri or in Kano? Because when he hears such figures, he'll begin to ask himself, is this the same country that I'm living in, where I lost 4 sons, that you are trying to tell me that you spent more than 30-something trillion naira? So you begin, let's check facts. If these funds were properly managed, were they channeled to the right security parastatals, and what have you?
All right.
The thing is that looking at this fund, you got angry immediately. You mentioned that you just got angry, and me myself, having this kind of amount on defense for over 15 years is telling on the time that we started having insurgency as a problem in the nation, because Nigeria has lost over 100,000 souls in from 2012 till now in a violent attack. More than 100,000 has been lost in a violent attack. So it's telling us that, looking at this, there has been a problem from the beginning, and having this kind of amount of money where we have spent on our security, and we are still being overpowered. The armed soldiers in the Sambisa forest and other places where they are fighting insurgency have been overpowered by the technical know-how and by the instruments that these insurgents guys, by the things they have. It's a problem, and it tells you that these funds may have had one or two things when we look into it.
All right, not alleging to funds, developing wings or legs, but when you look at these numbers, bear in mind that this is inclusive of, when you look at the defense budget, it includes the recurrent expenditure as well. In this instance, it says to defense, and that comprises not just the Ministry of Defense and recurrent expenditure, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the police, and even civil defense. But be that as it may, I do not really want to get into this number. Like you rightly and aptly pointed out, my answer to these numbers is Medugri. Medugri is a total evidence if this funds has been effectively utilized. Medugri is an evidence if this fund produced the needed results that we need. And the answer is Medugri. The answer is on the bomb blast at the teaching hospital gate. The answer is found on the bomb blast at Monday Market. The answer is found on the suicide attack at the post office as well. So in all, the answers are before us. It still stands to be seen, and is one that is not obviously far. Even the blind would see and judge if this fund has produced the needed results. I bet the fact that there are those who have the view that this humongous amount is too small in terms of combating terrorism and insurgency. But let Nigeria, let Medugri, let Katsina, let Kwara State, let Zamfara be the judge in this instance if we have produced the result that is needed with this amount. When we continue, like he did point, to look at how these funds are utilized, you may begin to see misappropriation and misapplication. But like I did say, the answer we seek is in Medugri.
Yes, and that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite paper from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on other things that are trending in the news, we have why Bala Mohammed food drags on defection. Questions have risen why Bala Mohammed has been slow or hesitant to formally defect from his current political party. Analysts suggest the delay may be due to strategic calculations, negotiations behind the scenes, or concerns over political repercussions, highlighting the complexities of party realignment in the current political climate. And from this whole thing, I can tell you that it's something Gerard can help us to clear.
Well, I'm looking at his behavior. I would analyze it using the rational state theory. Now, rational state theory clearly depicts that rational actors, especially political elites, their behaviors or the way they interact with political and polity matters will holistically give a broader view of the outcome. So, looking at his behavior, you would find out that I would use what one of my famous scholars normally say, that politics is who gets what, when and how, and also a game of interest. So, looking at what he's doing, you would see that he's trying to weigh, underscore, and get a proper analysis of what he may gain, what his people may gain, or what his other party men will also gain in this. So, looking at his behavior, it is one that reflects interest as the paramount and the most aspect of politics.
All right, yeah, you're quite apt, and I'll call my thoughts on that as well. Is one that is colored with interest. Politics is a game of interest, and in this instance, Governor Bala Mohammed is a two-term governor. He's almost already finishing his tenure, and in this instance may not hold the perimeters for negotiation with APC in this instance. And when one tinkers to the information from the grapevine, is that he's been offered a senatorial seat. He may want to influence who will take over from him when he leaves office, but I do not think that the APC may want to give in to that. They may in that discussion allow him senatorial seat and some other appointive offices for his men, but in this instance, in negotiation in this time around, APC will be at the driver's seat because Bala Mohammed doesn't have much to offer them beyond the electoral value. But in this instance, APC as a party may have their choice candidates to take over from Governor Bala Mohammed. So, and I think why he's dilly-dallying is that he has to negotiate, every angle, cover all the loop, and before he, defects. And when you look at the information tinkering out from Bauchi State, even the state APC chairman is said to be unaware of this, where things are, as such issues are discussed at the national. But in this instance, one thing that may not be in doubt is that the governor may defect to APC, and I think it favors him more to defect to the APC rather than remain at the cracked, comatose PDP, where he may not be able to negotiate anything and may not be able to achieve anything for his men going forward. The APC still remains a better alternative for him, but as the days unfold, we'll continue to see how this would pan out.
Okay, we go over to the next news where we have federal government transform correctional centers into food production hubs. The federal government has announced plans to convert correctional centers across the country into food production hubs. The initiative aims to engage inmates in agricultural activities, boost national food production, reduce recidivism through skill acquisition, and promote self-sufficiency within the prison system.
All right, Gerald.
Well, looking at what the federal government is doing, you would see that when you try to analyze it with the UK's or the other foreign countries, the way they treat their inmates, and you look at the way our inmates are being treated here in Nigeria, you would find a shift, or just let me use the word, a paradigm shift, because most of those inmates in the UK, you find out that at the end of their 5 years or 10 years term, they come out to contribute positively to the society. Why? Because they have been engaged in some pre-vocational and some, very good skills to equip them impact the society. But I think Nigeria is trying to imitate the UK system in this particular issue, because they're trying to make sure that their inmates come back to bring value to the society.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, it's a welcome development. If this will be seen through, one thing that is not lacking in Nigeria is the ability to make new policies. We are good at it, but implementation is a different thing altogether. Yes. So one hopes that the government is able to see and carry out this policy to the letter. It will be a welcome development. There are people who in prisons are able to, embark on education. They learn, they study. Come out from the prison with degrees. We've seen that the Nigerian correctional facility centers equally offer such opportunity and privileges. But if this policy, will be carried out to the letter, it will be a welcome development. At least let them be useful while they are serving their term as well. And obviously, when one is done with serving his terms, he may be able to gain from the experience in Ghana. He will be able to perhaps gain employment from there. The issue with correctional facilities or prisons, as you may have it, is that when people come out there, they do not seem to be reformed after being in prison. So, but if we implement this successfully and people come out with skills and all that, it will help in a long way. But my fear is the Nigerian state, if we have the ability to see through to these policies. They are good policies in Nigeria, but the problem is implementation. Yes. This is a welcome development if we see it through.
Yes. We also have Sultan declares Friday Eid. Please, NSCDC mobilized nationwide. The Sultan has officially declared Friday as a day for Eid celebrations in preparation for the festivities. The police and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps have been deployed across the country to ensure security, maintain order, and facilitate safe celebrations.
All right. When we look at this issue, the Eid celebration, everyone is looking at it after having fasted for 30 days, the Ramadan fast and all that, and everybody is looking forward with the crescent moon, appearing. There were people who were expecting to see the moon as at last night, so that today will begin, the celebration. People have ironed their clothes, gotten new clothes, and are ready to go. But the Sultan has declared Friday, being that by Friday we are so sure that perhaps this night we'll see the crescent moon and the celebration will start. We've been purged of our inadequacies, our shortcomings, having fasted and gone back to God, right? And then next thing is to herald this period with celebration in thanksgiving to Almighty Allah for preserving us throughout this month of Ramadan, right? And one thing again is that as we begin to feast and celebrate, there is issue of the obvious issue of security challenge will be at the front burner, and that's why you see police and the civil defense are beginning to mobilize. So I will have a peaceful celebration. Usually these criminals, these criminal elements, the terrorists, the bandits, there are many acronyms. They always want to strike when people are celebrating, making merry. Remember that the US had to step in December 2025 to strike in Sokoto as a repellent against what they termed would have been a heavy onslaught against Christmas celebration in Nigeria. So obviously the police will put all efforts to see that we have a hitch-free celebration.
So, that's good. I mean, we celebrate with our Muslim brothers by echoing Alhamdulillah. I mean, Alhamdulillah, we thank God for everything. So it is a welcome development, and we are extending our happiness to our Muslim brothers across the globe.
Yes, that's very, Nigerian society is such that I've been in families where you say mother is a Christian, the father is a Muslim, and in this instance we all celebrate. It doesn't matter where is ram is coming or where the rice is coming from. For us, it's celebration, and that's the uniqueness of the Nigerian state. Yes, so we'll celebrate with them, and of course we'll be there to celebrate with them as well.
Of course,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Please kindly go out there and grab your favorite newspaper and check the updates and what is trending. Also follow us on our social media platforms on X, Facebook, Instagram, and other places, all at Aneke TV. We go on a short break. When we return with more updates, stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for still staying with us. Next, we'll look at the tech update with Sir Odo Gerard.
Well, concerning tech and the world of technology, this is a topic that I'm always excited to talk about, because looking at the world of tech and looking at what Elon Musk is doing in the SpaceX, looking at what some other tech giants like Mark Zuckerberg, what are doing with artificial intelligence, generative AIs, and some other partnership going on in the tech industry. It is one that that shows that the world is going so far. The world is going so far, and this is a welcome development, because AI, artificial intelligence, and generative AI is trying to revolutionize the way we live our daily lives, in medicine, in business, in transportation, in all walks of life. And this is a welcome development for Nigerians, and it is something commendable, because companies are beginning to partner with Nigerian startups, which is a boost in the technological growth in Nigeria. So it is a welcome development, and the world is moving very fast in terms of technology.
All right, the world is moving fast in terms of technology, and you keep speaking to the AI, companies leveraging on AI to advance their cause, but looking at the third world countries like Nigeria, Africa, Nigeria in particular, are we part of the match to, take advantage of the AI surge?
Well, I would say that Nigerians are doing very well in terms of artificial intelligence, because they are now seeing the importance of technology in everyday's activity. This is a Gen Z generation, so the young ones are quite much interested, and they have been giving their inputs. They have been giving their input very well. I can see some tech companies, some startups venturing into AI, doing so many projects to make sure that AI is at its peak. So Nigeria is one of one of those countries that normally or they have been giving serious inputs in artificial intelligence. They are very, very much interested. So this is not a game where Nigerians are left behind.
Okay, quite often we speak to the advantages of AI and all that. You don't speak to the negative effects as well, because I hear you talk about the Nigerian youth who may take negative advantage of this to advance other nefarious cults.
Yes, there is this saying that goes that whatever has advantage must also have disadvantage. But I would simply talk about the disadvantages, and I will now broadly tell you the holistic advantage which supersedes the disadvantage, so to say. So the disadvantages could be that Nigerians, or not just Nigerians, people will now misuse this technology into going into what we call unethical hacking. When you go into people's privacy and take out valuable intel pertaining to their company and use it for your own dubious means. And the good thing about AI is that once there is a nefarious program, there is a counter attack on that particular thing. While these guys are into unethical hacking, there are some technocrats that are into ethical hacking. So while you are busy doing your own unethical hacking, there are some technocrats that have been set in place to make sure that whatever virus or whatever terror you are trying to bring into this system, there is a counter attack on your own device or your own system. That is why the world of tech is actually a very good one. No matter how you try to come up with any virus or any nefarious or malicious attack, there is a system to attack what you have been trying to bring in place.
Okay, there's still, I remember quite well that the Nigerian banking sector, for instance, has leveraged on technological advancement, especially with the likes of OPay, Money Points, bringing innovative designs into the financial sector, making it seamlessly to be able to, send money at the snap of fingers. No longer one will have to queue at the banks when you want to go and make a withdrawal of let's say 1,000 naira. You have to queue for 3 hours for you to make that. So things are now seamless in that aspect. But in the world of medicine, are we leveraging on AI as well?
Yes, of course we are leveraging. In fact, some of the major guys into medicine, of course, in the United Kingdom and the United States, some of the big guys into medicine leverage on AI because there is an ongoing research for one to know if we can actually live more than 100 years. There is an ongoing research in the tech field to know if the normal human being can live more than 100 years. This is to tell you that AI is contributing very well in medicine, and there are doctors who are into the research institutes, in collaboration with artificial intelligence, to make sure that the life expectancy of a normal man should be around 100 years plus. This is to show you that it is a major milestone in medicine sector. It's a major milestone, and it is well welcomed.
All right. Thank you very much for that in-depth analysis on the AI advancement and tech update. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And next is sports, where we're going to be having updates on what is happening in the world of sports. Anthony Joshua is back to the ring for his Usyk fight that is coming up this year. And also, the Super Eagles head coach have given the list of 22-man squad who he is going to be playing for the friendly that we have against Jordan and Iran at Antalya in Turkey. And also, still in sports, yesterday's Champions League playoff did not end well for some teams just because of the way it was played and the goals. A lot of goals are going around in this playoff, starting from Tuesday and into today. We are still talking about that playoff. We are having Barcelona qualifying by winning Newcastle 7-2 yesterday in the game. And first half was a 2-2 draw, where Newcastle was thinking they are actually going to edge above Barcelona, but it was not a successful trip that they had to Barcelona. Still talking about sports and Champions League, what happened yesterday? Osimhen side Galatasaray conceded 4 goals against Liverpool. When Liverpool came to Turkey, Osimhen had an assist where the striker had to score. But yesterday, Liverpool scored 4 goals to seal their return to the next level in the Champions League round playoff. And we're still talking about sports. We are having our Fernandez and Otele receive first Eagles call-up. We are talking about fresh bloods here, people who have been chosen to play for the Super Eagles in their friendlies. You know that Stanley Nwabali has been looking for a team. He has been looking for a team. Of course, since he stopped playing for Chippa United in South Africa, he has not been engaged in a professional football. But right now, he was not selected. He is not going to play the friendlies, including Victor Osimhen. And we're going to have Okoye, who has made the Serie A team of the week. He is going to be among those that will be played. Now, we are still talking sports. United keen on the swap. This news came a few months ago, and I think Manchester United are ready after announcements or rumors, we could say, around Tonali and Carlos Baleba. Imagine Manchester United with Carlos Baleba, Tonali, and Wilfred Ndidi. That would be amazing midfield. We're still talking about sports. Fernandez hints as Chelsea exit. Chelsea exit. Fernandez hints at Chelsea exit. And today's Europa League fixtures will come from Freiburg versus Genk, Lyon versus Celta, Midtjylland versus Nottingham Forest of the English Premier League, Roma versus Bologna, Villa versus Lille, Real Betis versus Panathinaikos, and Porto versus Stuttgart. We're still talking about Champions League, but now in the lower divisions where we have Conference League. We are going to have AEK versus Sage, Lamaka versus Crystal Palace, Mainz versus Olomouc, Rakov versus Fiorentina, Rayo Vallecano versus Samsunspor, and Shakhtar versus Poznan, Sparta versus AZ, and Strasbourg versus Rijeka. And this is where we are taking it off today's sports updates on Aneke TV Sunrise.
All right, thank you very much for that and that sports update. And then moving over to the Nigerian stock performance for yesterday, we'll tell you that the Nigerian Stock Exchange experienced a slight pullback on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, following a record-breaking streak that saw the market cross the 130 trillion naira mark earlier in the week, and the all-share index ASI closed at 201,156.83 points compared to the previous day's high. Despite this daily dip, the market maintains a strong year-to-date return of approximately 29.27%. Looking at market capitalization, which rose to 129.15 trillion naira in volume deals, reaching over 1.7 billion shares that were traded, and this was buoyed by heavyweights like Dangote Cement and Access Holding, who top the numbers in terms of volume. Let's quickly look at the top 5 gainers chart, where Secure Electronic Tech closed at 1 naira 32 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10 plus. And then we're seeing Guinness Nigeria equally closing at 423 naira 20 kobo, making a positive bullish run of 9.92%, followed by John Hott PLC closed at 11 naira 85 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of plus 9.72%. We are seeing Sovereign Insurance closing at 2 naira 6 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.57%, and they are followed by Link Assure. Link Assure closed yesterday trading at 1 naira 64 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of plus 9.33%. And then profit taking in recent surge stocks and some financial heavyweights led the decliners, and here are the top 5 losers for yesterday. They are led by Restaurants, which closed at 25 naira 70 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9.98%. And we are looking at Aradel. Aradel Holding is of the energy sector, the oil and gas sector. Closing trading yesterday at 1,210 naira 30 kobo, making a dip of 9.68%. We are seeing Presco PLC head correctly closed trading yesterday at 1,701 naira 10 kobo, making a dip of minus 9.30% adjustment. And then Living Trust here closed trading at 4 naira 80 kobo in the dip of 8.40% adjustment. And then GT Guarantee Trust Holding closed at 114 naira 35 kobo, making a bearish dip of 7.41%. We will tell you that the market continues to show resilience, yes, amid ongoing economic reforms and the lead up to the banking recapitalization deadline. Heavyweights like Bua Cement and Dangote Cement remained relatively stable during this session, providing a floor for the index to climb up. Then quickly running to the Naira, the Naira market, where we tell that the Naira maintained its recent streak of relative stability in the official market, though it faced mild pressure in the parallel segment as demand for the greenback persisted. The Nigerian foreign exchange market continues to reflect the impact of CBN's February reforms, which integrated greedy change operators into the official framework to narrow the gap between rates. And then looking at the table here, we'll tell you that the Naira, the official market, closed at 1,355 naira 94 kobo against the US dollar, while at the street market it closed 1,390 naira against the US dollar, whereas at the official market it held its ground at 1,712 naira 50 kobo at the official market against the British pound, while at the black market it rated at 1,765 naira, against the British pound. Whereas at the official market, naira held its own at 1,468 naira 20 kobo against the euro, while at the street market it closed at 1,510 naira. Yes, and then moving over to look at the Brent crude performance yesterday. Oil prices saw significant volatility, primarily driven by intensifying geopolitical tension in the Middle East and concerns over global supply routes. Yesterday settled approximately at $107.95 per barrel. Yes, and then we had a daily change which increased roughly by $4.40 to $6.23. That's making a plus 4.4% to 6.02% adjustment. Though during the intraday high, it got to around $108.60 per barrel. Yes, and then we quickly take a look at the international market. We can tell you that the US market yesterday, saw its first major loss of the week after the Federal Reserve opted to leave interest rates unchanged at 3.5% to 3.75%. More importantly, updated projections suggest that the Fed may only deliver one rate cut in 2026, down from the previous expectation of 2 or 3. Yes, and we'll tell you that S&P 500 closed at 6,624.70 points at closing value, making a negative 1.3% adjustment. And then moving over to the European market, where European stocks initially opened higher, buoyed by news that Iraq had signed a deal to resume oil exports via Turkey, potentially easing some supply concerns. However, much of these gains were surrendered by the close as the negative sentiment from the US section took hold. FTSE 100, that's UK, gained 0.2% early on, led by a 17% surge in shares of Diploma PLC following a strong earning upgrade. That's Germany and CAC 40 France rose by 0.5% and 0.8% respectively in early trade before flattening out. And then quickly looking at the Asian market, where we'll tell you that the Asian market is a tale of two halves, though it generally performed better than their Western counterparts during their Wednesday session as they traded before the full weight of the Fed's announcement was felt. Nikkei 225 Japan rallied over 2% as oil prices briefly passed their climb. Kospi of South Korea jumped nearly 4%, marking one of the strongest regional performance. Yes, Hang Seng of Hong Kong remained relatively flat, closing with a marginal 0.3% gain. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz are being viewed as a task on global growth, keeping energy-heavy indices volatile. And then looking at gold, which has been over time seen as safe havens, retreated slightly below $5,000 per ounce as treasury yields climbed in response to Fed's unchanged rates position. Then finally our advice on the market, even after the holiday break in Nigeria, we are telling investors to follow the smart money. Yes, buy banks, buy tier 1 banks on the dip with the upstream energy. You take a hedge with the upstream energy, hold resilient consumer stocks. That way you balance out on the market. You follow the smart money, you don't make mistake. Just buy the dip on the banking sector, hedge it up with the upstream energy sector, and then hold resilient consumer stocks like Dangote Cement and Bua. With that, you stand to make profits and cash out when others are cashing out in the Nigerian palace. But please do well to consult a certified financial analyst due to the volatility of the market. And that's it for today on the Nigerian business landscape.
And that's a wrap on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And thank you, Sir Gerard Odo, for those in-depth analysis, especially on the tech update. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, sir.
It's always a pleasure to have you around. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here at Sunrise at Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way tomorrow with more interesting updates. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. The Insight is the program where we bring to you politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. We look at Igbo youth and the future of politics 2027. The Insight, we turn the searchlight on generations standing at a dangerous crossroad. Igbo youths are the numbers that win election, the voices that dominate our streets and our screens. Yet, as 2027 approaches, they still risk being treated as spectators in a game they actually are. Between crushing economic hardship, lingering insecurity, disillusionment from past broken promises, and the new wave of political courtship already underway, the question is urgent. Will Igbo youths finally organize as a serious political force with a clear agenda, or will they once again sell their future for handouts, hashtags, and red-tailed crowds? This conversation is not about theory. It's about whether a generation that believes for Nigeria will insist on also leading in the future. And joining us this morning to give flesh to this issue is Sir Aneke, a public affairs analyst and a strong, proud son of Southeast and Igbo land. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much, Uche.
Yes, we're looking at the Igbo youths and the future of politics 2027 in focus. But before we get into this conversation, let me get your perspective on the Igbo youth involvement in politics so far.
Oh, okay. I think it is one of the most apt conversations to have now. A few months to the elections, everybody who bothers about the future of Southeast will be wondering, where are we headed? But before you could be able to find a compass to where you're going, you must be very, very knowledgeable and well abreast with where you're coming from. If your journey has taken too long, you should be asking the question, why this length of time? I would be very blunt to say that the Igbo youth has never really found their feet in the political circle in Nigeria. Even when, if you say our fathers, maybe you won't date it back to the days of Nnamdi Azikiwe and Odumegwu Ojukwu then that was the last generation of young Igbo people that took their destinies by their hand. But most times I wonder, maybe because we were not this much then, maybe the people were relatively very few to control and put heads together. I've heard stories and accounts of the Biafran civil war in Nigeria, the involvement of those who have become very old and aged these days, telling you how they were enrolled. In fact, somebody was telling me a few days ago how he was rejected at the recruitment point and he had to go through the back door, had to do whatever because he wanted to be in the army. And a friend of mine who visited the old man was saying that he doesn't think there's any Igbo young person now who would dare to do that. So if you look at where they led us off, and in that conversation, I brought up the perspective of whether those fathers then that were young people actually were conscious and intentional about passing on their zeal, passing on the passion to which they both fought for the Igbo land and they identify with the Nigerian nation. So far so good. Most of our young people have been distracted, largely distracted. They see politics only as a place where you come to grab and go. They don't even know that politics is the vehicle, it is the foundation. Vehicle is the catalyst to where your future is decided. So unfortunately, most of them don't look beyond politics. After 2023, a lot of people who were not very satisfied with the outcome of the election fast forwarded their mind to 2027, and all their conversation has been what happened in the election, whether we are accepting or not accepting. The length of time from the election of 2023 to that of 2027, most young people have been largely involved in banter, expression of anger, and 2027 is just around the corner. Like I said, a few months from now, nothing has changed. They are also going the same way. People who are angry are totally disconnected and expressing anger and displeasure. Those who are trying to align are not looking beyond what they will get at. I've had a lot of conversation for the pre-campaign era of 2027. I've heard a lot of people talk about support groups. All they are saying is they should know. And I gave it okay, in English, I think it really means the water that you use to extract oil from the palm kernel.
That is greasing the palm.
Exactly. So what they mean by that is we want to form. In fact, I've seen a whole number of support group already sprung up, but I know that more will still come. People will come and say, friends of Onyedeka's G17, Onyedeka this and that. All they are interested in there are very few who might be saying, let's work and hope to be part of the government when it goes into formation. But majority will be, if we are coming, what are you going to give us? So that point of what you're going to give us is where largely most of our young people are stopped for now. And it's unfortunate because it has traced to the fact that I don't really see so much of a future even in the 2027 exercises.
So you do not see so much of a future?
Yes, I won't say totally, but I didn't see so much of it because I've done my engagements for a very long time now, and I've been in youth development. So one of the reasons why I might not be very let me say hard, I might not be very firm in trying to, when you talked about this topic, you saw that I paused on the phone and I said, is this something I want to discuss? Because I don't like choosing topics with diplomacy. Try to mind your words. I'm not used to that. So if I'm going to talk about the Igbo youths and the elections and the future of the Southeast or politics is something I would not want to chew my words. So I have done a lot of engagement. My involvement in youth development and trying to be around young people, it is hard, because if we go into what has become the trend of the day now, that's a topic for another day. But good enough we're having the opportunity to discuss this. It will also help viewers who might become, who might want to lay back and think deeply, who might want to do reflective in their actions and decisions, who might want to, for once, pause and say, because I've been knowing Igbo, what do I think as an Igbo nation we are headed from here? Anger is not such a bad thing. Not accepting what has happened, displeasure also is not bad. But if these angers are not going to be translated into tangible results that will be futuristic, not just for those of us who are living now, but for the generation that are coming after us, then there's no need of those angers.
Yeah, very apt, but before we move forward, I'd like to track back a bit. I've had this conversation with you in the past around similar conversation, and listening to you talk, you quietly mentioned it again, that the Igbos never found their footing in politics. And I want to track back a bit to ask similar question I did ask in the past, because being a student of history, I want to know what it is that is the challenge for a people who are so industrious, so innovative, and thrives in every sphere of human endeavor, yet not finding their footing in politics, Nigerian politics in particular, because I know that there are Igbo sons and daughters who are doing well in Canada, some are mayors, even in the UK and other places. So coming back home, what is it that makes it difficult for them to find their footing?
Okay, foundation is everything. We lost it at a point. And sometimes, if you are walking in the matrix of circles, there's a place where you lose a certain connotation. It will be very difficult, most times almost impossible, if not totally impossible, to reconnect and catch up with what the outcome or result of such metrics are supposed to be. Indeed, we lost it, especially from after the war. The resilience and the enterprising spirit with which they bounced back in business, in trying to survive again, I think that's those passions and they never say never with the spirit of Igbo man, concentrated only on their enterprise, which is not totally bad. But if we are going to say, because of how enterprising we are, we don't bother about politics, we should first of all consider and note the consequences. It's just very few, not long ago, that some of our people started saying, we can't just keep saying we don't care who wins as long as we do our businesses, because some decisions of these politicians can directly affect those businesses you're doing. So now, I'll say it in two ways. First, if we are going to trace it back, we must have to have this heart-to-heart talk. And it's a talk where we will do soul searching. It's not a talk you do in a hurry. It's not a talk you'll be angry about. It's not something you say because you're not listening to my own. Can't you see your eye? Who is even your father in Igbo and who knows you? It's not a time for name calling and bad mouthing. I see it in two ways. That's first one. If you're going to do reflective, then assuming we will have the opportunity. There are so many people which I don't see, of young people now who are saying, wait, how old was Ojukwu when he fought in the war? You could imagine how old he was when he got enlisted, when he became the Governor General. You could ask questions apart from the Southeast. The other leaders, even those who were military administrators, in various regions in the country, those who became head of states and president, how old were they? Even if abstract it to 1999, just yesterday, a few years ago, how old was the first governor of that republic in Enugu State? How old were his counterparts around the southeast here? So it's something I really find very difficult, because if we continue to talk about the problem, we will live with the problem for as long as we are alive. But if we now say, okay, how do we find a solution? Because most of the time, there was a day we did civil society engagement in a very cozy hall. I think the speakers after speakers were taking mic. The problem of Nigeria is our leaders. The problem of Nigeria is politicians. The problem of Nigeria is civil servant. The problem of Nigeria is police. I kept hearing problem. So I requested for the mic. I said, more than 7 persons have talked about the problem of Nigeria. What is the solution? And I told them the problem of Nigeria is those of you who are speaking. Because most times, I found out that the loudest and the most analytical people are the ones who keep bringing and beating up this problem issue. How are we going to tackle the solution? And if you're not part of the solution, you're definitely part of the problem, because your actions and inactions so many times contribute to the challenges we have. So what I propose, which I see is going to be second angle to it, is until we are ready to come to that conversation table, to that round table discussion, to say we failed it at a certain point, we can't keep blaming those who have handed the baton to us, whether consciously or unconsciously. How do we move forward? Then the way to move forward is this conversation about that same enterprising spirit, that same zeal with which we know that once we set our mind to do certain things, of course, it's no longer a story how any woman goes into a bush and start clearing a small ground. Before you know it, giving a few months, getting to years, that place will be turned into a very business hub. Because we know how to start small, build until we conquer. So we also need to approach politics from that angle. And if we're going to be totally intentional as a nation, well, we know that there are people who will live to do the politics and do so, because there are a lot of things that you look around, you don't see here again. I think there was a time we had a program here and we talked about the apprenticeship system, the Iba boy, that made a lot of our small boys in the villages turn into multi-millionaires in few years. All these things are dying down. This get quick syndrome that is ravaging almost every home in the southeast. We need to be very conscious, because most of the times when I hear people express anger and speak very loudly about how Nigeria has not been totally fair, so after that your anger, are you going to pass it to your children to also inherit the same problem and complain about how they have not been fairly treated? Which the challenge before us cannot surmount the opportunity we have to build a new breed of young Igbo people for the future. Because if we don't do that, we've already gotten it wrong. There's a place where we miss the track, but I don't see where we're thinking about how to get the solution to get back on track. 2027, I don't know whether I'm going to be very loud about my predictions. There was a time I predicted an election here, and it happened almost more than 90%. So, but what I see in 2027, I don't even know whether I'm ready to say it out, because most of our people don't understand that politics has no place for sentiment and weakness. It is not for the weak.
Sorry, politics has no place for
sentiments and weakness at all. Because if we are going to do politics, we're going to sit down and be blunt and say, this is how we're going to approach it. Most politicians are looking at the end result. So when you're saying that they are not being fair, they're not balancing it, they are not looking at those things. They are saying, how do we get to this point? And if we're going to be involved in politics as in the Igbo, we'll also come to a point where we say, keep sentiments, emotions, and anger aside. We're going to approach this politics to get a result, and we'll be saying, what is the result we are going to be looking for?
All right. But how are we going to do this? Do we come as a collective or as individuals? Because why I ask this question is that I'm beginning to see a lot of Igbo group beginning to make call for an Igbo president in 2027. So I ask, do we need to come together as a collective and make demands or approach on the way to go, or do we, as Aneke Abu, make decision on your own, and Uche Osa, you make decision, and then we all get involved?
Okay, this last one, individual decisions and then getting involved, is also part of the reason why we have not really gotten any headway. First, let me look at Igbo presidency by 2027. The possibility, the odds, I don't see it happening. Well, a lot of us who are...
You don't see the Igbo presidency?
No, not happening in 2027. The reason is because apart from the fact that the Nigerian multi-ethnic nature calls for balance in India and India. We've had a northerner for 8 years, so quite expected that the south will do 8 years, and a southwestern man is already there. If you live by indices, most northerners, apart from those who are very disenchanted with the president now, most northerners will tell you that giving another southerner 4 years will automatically translate to 8 years, and they're not interested in giving any person the presidency, or okay, maybe not really giving, because power is not given. It's giving somehow, but not giving a la carte. Now, if they have the belief, there are some places where they are doing the permutation now. You're going to sign for us that you do only 4 years, and everybody can agree to that. But we all know that the power of, just like they say, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah. When you become a president, you can do and not do. You know. So many of them would say, better stick with the devil and finish up and return to us than take that chances. That's one. The second one is there are calculations you do in politics. You know why largely in the Southeast and Enugu here in particular, why opposition is not always very strong is that most of the people who are viable, when they look at these odds and they say there are no chances, like when I ran for election in 2019, even young people, they were telling me, oh, you're such a good candidate, we know what you've been doing, we like you, but we know you will not win. That angered me. It wasn't the best, because even before I stood for that election in 2019, I voted in the past where I say, I believe in your side. He doesn't have so much crowd, but I won't vote for someone else because he's going to win. I'm going to throw that my votes for my conscience and what I believe in. I'll come and vote it. I voted in 2 elections where only 1 vote for a particular party was my vote. Now, why also we have not advanced that much is that majority of the people who are looking at these odds are cowardice in nature. It is a two-way thing. Some of them might be saying we don't even want to risk it. Uche doesn't have so much chances. Maybe Mr. Abel has the chance. Let's just follow him. It doesn't matter who he is. It doesn't matter what he's doing. And there are those who would say, if we have found the most credible candidate in Uche, and he doesn't have so much crowd, why don't we mobilize? Why don't we tell others, come and see what we're seeing in this person? Because most of the elections are not considered by the credibility of the candidate. It is by his chances to win, how much money he will have to throw around doing campaign. So having considered that, some of the things I will be doing in 2027, some of the candidates I'll be voting might not have aligned totally with my voting pattern for over 24 years now. The reason is that I've done something for more than two decades, and I found out that I'm not getting enough army despite my voice. I think that at the point I was one of the foremost, most popular analysts we have in Enugu here, all the radio stations, all the speaking in functions, seminars, telling people, using even my own resources to fund and call, but it seems that the people are not listening. When I stood up for, when I ran for election in 2019, the title of my campaign was "Let's Prove a Point," because I found someone who I said, this is mean, if this person is going to be on the ballot, we don't even be any other person from any other party. He was doing everything I would consider my own assessment, what a candidate, a credible candidate, a politician should do. Very close to the primaries of his own party, the party stakeholders and the then governor said, no, you're a good man, but we'll choose someone else. Somebody was not even campaigning, who was not, I said, no. I told some of the people who were supporting this guy with me, I said, let's prove a point. The first point is that let's prove that you can be on the ballot. It must not have to be this party. Let us also prove a point that you can win election for. In fact, what later happened in 2023 was most of the things I used as campaign speeches in 2019. Now, if we are looking at the chances of having an Igbo president in 2027, there are certain boxes that must have been ticked by now, because the election is less than a year. So, and we are looking at a formation where the only person a lot of young people believe in that is credible enough that will answer to their yearning is in a coalition where decisions have not been made up till now. Is in a coalition where at a point we're looking at it that even the people from the north might still want to have him as a running mate. So if you look at all these things and you know that the chances is slim, you now come to the question of what should the Igbo youth be doing now ahead of 2027? Because if we don't do it for the future today, what we complain about today, we might still complain about it in the future.
All right. And you rightly raised the next question. What should the Igbo youth be doing? We were going to build to this moment, but since the conversation is on already, a number of times the Igbo youth are chastised for not being emotional, following certain pattern, certain candidates, rather than aligning with people whom, or persons or parties that stand chances of winning. And I ask, in this period, should we rather go to places or people who feel they should stand a chance to win the next election? In that way, we stand a better chance of negotiating our position going into 2027.
If you ask me, Richie, I wouldn't really call it the angle of being chastised. Yes, I've also quarreled with a lot of people, especially those who are not from Southeast, when they say the Igbo people don't know how to play politics. Considering some of our own challenges, some of these challenges that we can't help, moving forward into 2027, the first proposition should have been, are we even speaking as a people? You ask the question of whether it should be individuals doing their things or whether we should come together. That coming together option, is it something that is really working? Because if you want to look at even the obedient wave, whether people believe Peter Obi should be the Messiah or not, and those who think, I've had a lot of conversation where young people are saying, they will mention the name of this politician, this former governor, this former this, and say, oh, they discredit every other human being and say it's only Peter that they have known. And that also calls for a very, very introspective question that we have to even throw the person of Peter Obi on the table and totally x-ray both his credibility, leadership capability, and his being as in expunging the sentimental angle of his being, because Peter got over 6 million votes in 2023, and we've spent roughly 3 years, and from then, that's why I say when you discuss youth and politics, you really need to be be mindful of how you explain, so that, because a lot of people, I've had a conversation even 2 days ago. I was in an online meeting with people abroad. Somebody was very angry. 2 Igbo people were at the neck of each other, and I came in and said, most of the time we have this conversation, even when we have all the other people, tribes of Nigeria, I don't think I've encountered them being this aggressive. This is brother to brother talk. I may not like your choices, but we are brothers. I can't help it. We've been bounded here by brotherhood. So let me find a way to look thoroughly into your own point. If I don't agree with you, try to present mine without being loud and abusive. Now, because what I was about to say related to what threw up that conversation, and I told them, how can we really say that from having secured the number of votes would be secured, people believed he won and was shortchanged? Whether that's true or not, check the arithmetic of the time and now. And I asked the question, I asked you on this program boldly, what leadership capacity or role has Peter demonstrated, which I will expect even the online viewers to help me with that answer. What has he done to demonstrate that I didn't win this election, but even though I know maybe because I don't think he was asking for to be declared the president in court. There were some things he prayed the court. Did make me president was not part of it. So if he now says, maybe I didn't win this election outrightly, but the person that was declared winner is not the right winner. Moving forward into the next election, this is the way I'm going to be in charge of that section of people that elected me. There were people who were elected on the same platform that Peter ran for election, into the National Assembly, into state assemblies. I wanted to have seen how he harnessed the potentiality of those people to form caucus, what you could call the Labour Party caucus of National Assembly and state assemblies. There were a lot of other things that a president would have had held of. There are people who believe that Peter, some of them were even saying he's my president. So I was also looking at some presidential attributes in his action, because we cannot continue to beat around. I don't totally believe that chastisement was or would always be out of place, because we have a peculiar situation where I don't like what you're doing, and you have continued to do this, and I've continued to be angry to express it. Sometimes I will abuse you, call you names, so we get to the same circle again and we do the same thing. If we haven't come to a point where we say, okay, can we change our approach, because we must have to come together. When we look at the candidacy of the other party, these people, others might be referring that they're having the chances to win, which it will be a topic for another day for us to really look into. Are they really being considered only based on that they have chances to win? Are there things that this administration have done that is quite worth clapping for? Are there things that are tough decisions that have taken? There's no administration that has been perfect from the time of Obasanjo till now, but there are also some takeaways. What are this person what are the things this person is doing that will make me say, this is not my ideal administration when it comes to presidency, but there are these things I am taking away? And if you want to be a critic, and your criticism is only spotlighting the bad, negativity, it gives a very bold and large question mark about who you are, because you must be able to balance it. Uche does well here, but this is where I don't like what Uche is doing. Any reasonable, good thinking person will say, okay, for the fact that you could look at the good side and you're pointing at this bad side, I will listen to what you have to say about the bad side. But if you're only seeing bad, if the bad is the only thing you're seeing, I'll have a question mark, and it's going to be a very large and bold one.
All right. Aneke, on that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe this very niggling question. The Insight with Uche Osai.
having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is done.
We did everything. All of us came and supported you with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're watching The Insight, and we've been discussing with a public affairs analyst, a proud Igbo son of Southeast extraction, Aneke Abu, and we're looking at Igbo youth and the future of politics 2027 in focus. So Aneke, it's been an in-depth conversation around the Igbo youth's involvement in politics, especially with special look focus on 2027. Now, we've been having this conversation around where the focus should be for the Igbo youths, and I want to look at a current trend, citing the APC as it has to do with the Southeast, where the governors, when they move to APC from PDP, they will tell us that they are aligning Southeast to the center. That we do not need to continue to be in the opposition. We need to align with the powers, that is in place as of today, and that will be more economically beneficial for Southeast. And then I ask, should the Igbo youths not toe the line of these political frontliners who feel it's better for us to be aligned at the center rather than emotionally following the usual pattern of wanting an Igbo representation, rather the realistic fortunes on ground?
If you look at it in the lens of the conversation, especially the way I've done the analysis, you will know that for the first time in history, and for the first time in my own personal opinion, I think I will encourage the Igbo youths to listen to their governors. This is also something you say, and a lot of people who I've said something similar. Somebody said, if not that you are here in flesh and blood, I would have said your voice was cloned. We've done something for quite a good number of time. And because if you've not tried anything before, or you've not tried something, you'll be wondering or bothered about whether actually this will be the right path to follow, whether this will yield results. But we've tried it, and we've seen that it's not working. Now, there's nothing wrong in opposition. I did opposition for over 20 years, consciously and very intentional about it. At a point, I was turning down offers from the Linta. In fact, the first time I did turning down offer was in 2002. You could see how young, exactly. So, if we have looked at it, which we don't have the foundational truth to make this sink into a lot of our young people, because what the thing they understand now is that we're being marginalized. They don't like us. The economy is bad, and these people really are not connected to the masses. So what you're saying does not make sense. But there's a truth in the connecting to the center aspect. As a very active person in the Southeast, who have also worked with some of the high-ranking people in government here in the state, there are certain things that might not be very easy flowing for me to execute, whether it's personal or for the people or my constituency. If I why push for the state and the interest for people who are around here are so many. The connection that the presidency, the governor has with the presidency now gives a leverage for an Enugu person, for a party man to stretch their hands to Abuja. Not necessarily through the governor, but because this is like a larger family now. And if you look at what has happened in Nigeria, because a lot of trends that are almost becoming a norm here will not be accepted any part of in the developed or civilized world. But my brother, what we can afford now is what we have at hand. So how can we make use of it? Why those who have good conscience and good intentions will be preparing to use every opportunity they have. In Enugu now we have 17 local government chairmen. As a matter of fact, they were all together yesterday at Argonne, and they were gone office, and I think none of them was absent. And I was seeing different faces, different individuals, different personalities ruling or leading their local government council differently. There are those who don't go to the local government headquarters more than 2 times in a week. There are those, in fact, the one I work with that I'm trying to bring to Aneke TV now, would come to office and stay till 9. And those of us who are with him, we say, no, you don't need to work. In fact, I was happy last week when he was saying that he want to go and have a rest in the hotel, and he want to rest for 2 days. I said, that's good. So, but the emphasis for me here now is there's no black book that says all politicians must act the same. So if you are connecting to the center, if you have a political system that is working now, and you know that the one you want is not readily available, why you are, because it's a two-way thing. If you cannot be part of them, not if you cannot beat them, join them. If you cannot be part of them, stay out of them. But don't just be throwing jabs. There are those who are in this administration who might not like everything that is happening, but the little opportunity they have, no matter the status quo, they are using it to do good. In Enugu now, there are local government chairmen that are working as hard as the governor. There are people who their template is whatever the governor does, we are doing it in our local government. Oh, he's working type 2 hospital, let's do type 1. He's doing smart school, let's see how we can renovate the ones that he's not working on. It is a template. There are those who are also using this opportunity to make money. So if we have leaders, because most of the time, there was a time I think it was on a radio program, I said, show me an Igbo leader in the whole of the Southeast that is worth the loyalty of a person who dreams of a new Nigeria. And some people listed all kinds of politicians and business people, and I said I didn't see any. That was me. But moving into 2027, I think it is the first time I'm going to be saying we need to listen, not just because of politics of 2027, but because there's a lot. Even after the governor of Enugu State becomes to APC, there were certain things that happened in the state. As a governor, he gets his statutory allocation, he gets anything any other state gets. But as a party person to the ruling party at the center, there were certain things he was able to do to make send the attorney we had then to become a federal minister and so many other things. So if you ask whether is it the best way, no, it is not. But this is what is affordable and what is obtainable now. And because it's what is obtainable now, you make the best of it. One day, it will get to a turn of a person we had a governor in Enugu State who was very charismatic. If he comes to Obiago now, he'll stop at this point and be walking and greeting people. The next person that took over after him, you will not even see him. He said, I doesn't want campaign songs. If he comes, all these there, he will tell him, no, I don't want that. He concentrated on his own and left. The next person came, became another jolly good fellow. He left. We have the one who is there now doing disruptive innovation. So if if we keep believing that maybe we want a leader who sells ice cream, who will be accepted by every human being, it's never going to happen. If Peter Obi becomes president today, I can tell you some of the flaws he had as a governor, he might still repeat so many of those mistakes. And no matter how well he does, there are people who will still not accept him. What I would offer as a suggestion now is, I think I've tried to be very emphatic about it in this program. Let us reduce, even if we cannot kill it entirely, let us reduce this sentiment and emotions. They don't work in politics. Any politician who thinks with his sentiment and emotion is bound to fail. So what we need to do now, which is my suggestion to Igbo youth, which is also my suggestion to the entire Southeast, is for the first time look at where we have been coming from, the things we've complained about, and ask the question whether, because a lot of people will tell you that these leaders are doing it for their selfish, is it really selfish in totality? Because there's a bit of selfishness in everything we do, but it depends on the percentage. Somebody will say my interest is the people, and a lot of people are saying no, it's not true. Your interest is yourself. You're just making your problem look as if it's a general problem. There are those who get satisfaction when people around them are okay. There are human beings like that. So maybe that satisfaction is getting. I know a leader who don't like spending so much time alone. From the time he wakes up to the time he goes to bed, he wants more than 90% of that day to be spent with people around him, having conversation, even when he wants to eat. But not everybody's like that. So if we understand that some of our leaders might not be totally or outrightly bad as they are being painted, it will give us the little opportunity to say, maybe for the first time in the history of the Southeast, this is the time we're going to align with our governors, which majority of them are saying, let's connect the center for 2027 election, and building up from there, because you can't be very certain about what happens in the future. But for today and the things you can get in governance, the dividends of democracy, let us align so that if we are not doing enough, or if the much we are doing here is not enough to go around, we have the opportunity of stretching our hands to pull more resources from Abuja.
All right, that's quite apt. But going forward, I want to draw your attention to any trend in town, and I want us to look at the implication for the Igbo youths going forward, even beyond 2027. You see, a lot of Igbo youths and socialites are leading at the forefront of what we now call today the city boy movement. I don't know if you've heard that.
Yeah.
There's a city boy movement, and now there is a village boy movement as well. Looking at it, I'm not trying to, because of the personalities involved in terms of who is being campaigned for and who they stand for, but I'm looking at, doesn't it have a wider implication for the Igbo youths going into the future? You know, Igbo said that politics is a game of interest, and this interest may not align beyond 2027. There are those who are watching and maybe in a position to determine a lot of things. So I'm looking at the city boy movement, where a lot of successful Igbo socialites are leading at the forefront. Don't you think that this may have implication for the Igbo youths going forward?
Okay, the implication it will have is a good implication. The implication it will have is that on some of the challenges these socialites had in the past doing their businesses would have been cut off. There are some allegations in the structural build-up of that city boy movement thing, which I think I will only say allegedly. But here is where my interest lies in that whole conversation. First, there was a city boy movement before the Igbo socialites joined them. That's why they are not the pioneers. They are only the one we know now is the Southeast coordinator, and a lot of people are identifying with him. Even some of the Igbo people are abroad. And then, because of how popular they were becoming, the people in the opposition also enacted village boy movement, which, if you ask me, is a defeat on arrival. If you're going to pattern your weapon of defense in the design of your opponent, means you're looking up to, well, what they are doing is so good, so you need to do your own. And just like when what happened in Owerri happened, and people are saying the village boys came to city boys and took what is rightfully theirs. You know, in fact, we should be careful who we listen to in the Southeast. I started saying this, I think it should be over 10 years now. Who we listen to is very important. It doesn't matter how acceptable, because certain truths might be hurting. They might be like using hot iron to heal a wound. You know, those days when there were not so much orthodox medicine, there are certain wounds you have, they will place an iron. If it becomes red,
knife on fire,
that one is even most recent. This one I was saying is, these days you don't see like a bullet wound. There's no even no oil. So they just put a hot iron. Once it's red, they place it in that your body. In fact, most times they will have to use strong stick, tell you to hold it. The person will cry out. And then most recently, my grandmother did that one to me. They put a knife. You see, this knife is now red. You now position it, drop oil on it. The oil will be shine and now enter your leg. Sometimes I will kick and push down everybody, and you know. So sometimes the truth hurts to that extent. A lie might be like a painkiller. Because most times where there are debates of Igbo interest, there will be a particular section or version that the people will be hailing. This morning I was listening to somebody doing a video referring to this city boy, village boy thing. He said there are Igbo people you should now avoid. And for what? For identifying with a political interest? That is how low a lot of people are. So because of that, we should avoid their product. They say if tomorrow they have a company, all those things will not work, you know, because sometimes you are expressing the limitation of your own thinking. What they are doing today is even going to give them more leverage, because they have connected with government backing. And moving forward, we should look at things that will go beyond today, because I don't know how much more time we have. There are certain expectations of most of these people. Okay, there are so many expectations of our people that will be cut short in 2027. So you now ask the question, when we don't eventually get this, what becomes the next line of action? So if we are going to move forward as Igbo, especially the young people amongst us, it is time to look beyond your head. You need to ask questions and do researches, fact-finding missions to find out why we've not been able to advance politically as the way we are advancing in our businesses. And if we don't get that answer, it's not answer you ask and get, and like when you ask me, they'll say, oh, it's because they hate us. If they hate you, are you hating yourself also? There are chances we will take in 2027. I can tell you that getting an Igbo president will be closer to 100 in percentage. But there are things we will do. We'll get back to the circle and continue to complain, and that's not what I proposed.
All right, so thank you very much. We are running out of time, but before I let you go, just two quick issues, and it has to be personal. You know, I want to ask, what's changed? What's changed? Or is a question for another day? For what of time?
I don't think it's something you would do in in split seconds. Yes, but
all right. I will leave that. Because I know I'll have you again.
I'm happy you noticed that something changed.
Yes, that there's a change.
And you didn't even build a background to it. You just asked me what changed.
I know that there's a change. I'll be willing to take that next time we encounter on this on the insight. Let me ask this: when next are we going to prove a point?
It's not something I'm seeing anytime soon.
All right.
I need to recover from the point I proved over the years.
All right, and that's the much we can have today on the insight. And you've been in case you're just joining us or you've been watching, we'll be speaking to Sir Aneke Abo, who is a proud Igbo son of Southeast extraction and a public affairs analyst. I'll be looking at the issue of Igbo youth and the future of politics 2027 in focus. Till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. There are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. In Watergate in the United States, to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who talks is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Vice President Shetima vows decisive action against perpetrators of Borno's attacks. Minister of Works invites EFCC, ICPC to audit federal road projects. NSCDC deploys 620 personnel to ensure peaceful Eid in Abia State. Details of the news. Vice President Kashim Shettima has vowed that perpetrators of the Monday bomb explosions in Maiduguri will face decisive action. He visited victims at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital where they are receiving treatment, offering sympathy to the injured and families affected. Alhaji Shettima reiterated the federal government's commitment to defeating terrorism nationwide. He said the government continues to invest in logistics, equipment and intelligence support to enhance counter-terrorism operations. The vice president condemned the attacks as barbaric, noting that no cause justifies the killing of innocent citizens. He emphasized that the government is working with security agencies under the presidential directive to prevent future attacks. Over 100 people were affected in multiple explosions, with more than 20 confirmed fatalities. Authorities continue to investigate and provide medical and psychological support to survivors. Former Governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi, has accused the federal government of attempting to disqualify him from the 2027 presidential race. Speaking in a viral video, Obi claimed political elites are leveraging their influence to prevent his appearance on the ballot. Mr. Obi described the situation as a continuation of his long-standing struggle against political isolation and legal challenges, recalling prior impeachments and years of court battles to reclaim mandates. Despite alleged government pressure, he emphasized the need for electoral reforms and a transparent process, asserting that his movement seeks only a level playing field for all candidates. The ADC leader positioned himself as an outsider candidate, challenging authorities to demonstrate commitment to democracy. He highlighted disparities in resources while calling for a credible 2027 electoral process. The GAP Parliament Nigeria has called for Nigeria to transition to a confederation system, citing persistent political and security crisis. Speaking in Benin, Edo State, the convener, Mr. Dele Oluwatade, proposed 7 confederal republics to allow regions to govern and defend themselves while preserving national unity. He just suggested divisions include Hausa, Borno, Oduduwa, Midwest, Kwarafa, Biafra, and Niger Delta republics. Oluwatade criticized Nigeria's adoption of foreign parliamentary systems without stabilizers like referendum or secession clauses. He warned that failure to restructure internally may invite international intervention amid growing ethnic and religious tensions. The group stressed that decentralizing security responsibilities is essential for peace. Mr. Oluwatade urged President Bola Tinubu to prioritize restructuring beyond party politics and empower regional stakeholders, asserting that this approach will protect Nigeria's status as the largest black nation. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Ola, 2.4 billion naira in insurance benefits to families of fallen officers. The ceremony held at Abuja Force Headquarters, Abuja, covered 1,075 beneficiaries and claims dating back to 2018. IGP Disu described the payout as a recognition of officers' sacrifices and emphasized reforms to reduce administrative delays in insurance processing. He highlighted the use of modern technology to ensure efficiency and transparency. Force Insurance Officer ACP Lydia Ahmed noted the initiative holds insurers accountable while reinforcing morale among active duty personnel. The intervention represents one of the largest welfare payments in recent Nigerian police history, signaling a new era of institutional accountability and support for law enforcement families. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, has invited ICPC and EFCC to verify federal road projects nationwide. The move aims to ensure transparency in procurement and construction quality. The Independent Corrupt Practices Commission has concluded its initial audit, while the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission is set to commence a nationwide investigation after the Salah break. Senator Umahi defended the shift from asphalt to concrete roads, citing durability and public value. He emphasized the ministry's commitment to accountability, allowing public access to project costing and materials. The minister described the oversight as critical to upholding the president's renewed hope infrastructure agenda and warned contractors against compromising project standards. The Yoruba state government has suspended all recreational activities ahead of Eid al-Fitr, citing security concerns. The ban covers today through Monday, March 23, 2026. Brigadier General Dahiru Absalam confirmed the directive, emphasizing proactive measures to safeguard citizens during the holiday. Enforcement will involve divisional police officers, forward operational base commanders, and local government leadership across the state. Authorities warned that violations will attract immediate regulatory action. The government urged residents to cooperate, assuring the public that the suspension aims to maintain peace and protect lives during the festive period. An unidentified man was electrocuted in Enugu State while attempting to vandalize a power transformer in Independence Layout. The incident occurred at the junction of Professor Ofili Wudioha Street and Ibuza Avenue. Witnesses said the man had disconnected a riser cable when power was unexpectedly restored, causing fatal electrocution. His body remained on site for hours before authorities arrived. The Enugu Electricity Distribution Company has yet to release a damage assessment, while the Enugu State Police Command has launched an investigation. Officers are identifying the deceased and piecing together the circumstances. Residents expressed concern over ongoing vandalism, which has worsened regional power supply and delayed restoration efforts. Authorities warned the public of the dangers of tampering with high-voltage installations. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Vice President Shetima vows decisive action against perpetrators of Borno's attacks. Minister of Works invites EFCC, ICPC to audit federal road projects. Coming up shortly, NSCDC deploys 620 personnel to ensure peaceful Eid in Abia State. We'll be right back.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Abia State Command has deployed 620 personnel to ensure peace during the 2026 Eid al-Fitr celebration. State Commandant Chukwemeka Odimba announced that operational directives have been issued to area commanders and divisional officers across all local government areas. The operation prioritizes protection of critical national assets and key infrastructure with specialized units including the Rapid Response Squad, Tactical Team, and Counter-Terrorism Unit activated for intensive patrols. Patrols will focus on recreational centers, vulnerable locations, and known criminal flashpoints to preempt and neutralize threats. Residents are urged to report suspicious activities to support law enforcement efforts. Commander Odimba reassured the public of officers' professionalism and called on Muslim faithful to pray for continued peace and unity in Abia State and the nation. Abdul Ganiyu Obasa has emphasized that youth inclusion in governance is essential for sustainable development. Speaking at the Young Elected Local Officials Network Summit, Obasa stressed the importance of equipping young leaders to shape local administration across Africa. The summit convened emerging political leaders from nearly 40 African countries to discuss youth-driven leadership and responsive urban management. Obasa's participation highlights Nigeria's growing influence in continental governance discussions. The network provides training, peer reviews, and benchmarking to enhance leadership capacity among young elected officials. Obasa aims to incorporate global best practices in Agege's governance framework. Workshops and strategic sessions focused on inclusive growth, leadership skills, and transforming cities into youth-friendly spaces, ensuring youth leaders can implement practical and sustainable policies. The Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority has sealed the office of Demeni Ventures in Ikorodu for operating without a valid license. The operation, conducted alongside the state task force, targets unlicensed property agents who defraud residents through fake registration numbers. Special advisor to the governor on housing, Barakat Odunuga Bakare, warned that only certified practitioners may operate under the law 2022. Authorities are tracking additional impersonators to protect tenants and property buyers. The authority's Director of Compliance, Deji Badejo, confirmed the rapid was based on credible intelligence regarding fraudulent activity. Residents are urged to verify the registration of any agent or developer before transactions. The clampdown is part of a statewide effort to eliminate predatory practices and restore public confidence in the Lagos real estate sector. Authorities promised ongoing monitoring and strict enforcement against violations. The Cross River State government has concluded consultations with traders, transporters, and business leaders to finalize a new trade policy. Commissioner for Commerce, Abigail Duke, led the final session in Ogoja, emphasizing the people-first approach of Governor Bassey Otu. The policy focuses on strengthening trade regulations, promoting local enterprises, and improving market access for regional commerce. Stakeholders identified challenges including poor market infrastructure and regulatory bottlenecks. A new security pillar was recommended to safeguard goods and transport routes, enhancing sustainable business operations across the state. Every contribution from local traders is being incorporated into the final document. Chairman of the Trade Policy Development Committee, Professor Susanna Ben Ohen, affirmed the participatory approach will serve as a practical guide to boost commerce and position Cross River as a competitive hub. The federal government, in partnership with an indigenous energy firm and the Rural Electrification Agency, secured 7.4 billion naira to deploy 7 megawatts of electricity to underserved communities in Ebonyi State. This project is part of a broader 100 billion naira memorandum of understanding under the DES program. 8 key sites across Ohozara, Eda, Afikpo North, and Izi local government areas, including Owosi, Owana, and Iboko, will receive sustainable power infrastructure. The initiative aims to provide reliable energy to communities excluded from the national grid. The deployment will facilitate local economic growth and improve living standards while serving as a model for decentralized renewable energy projects across southeast Nigeria. Abba Aliyu stated the project demonstrates successful alignment between policy and private sector investments, emphasizing rapid execution and tangible benefits for residents. The Central Bank of Nigeria reports that the Nigerian naira strengthened to 1,344.42 naira against the US dollar at the official market on Tuesday, gaining 13.35 naira from Monday's 1,357.77 naira. This marks the second consecutive day of gains for the local currency. In the parallel market, the naira remains stable at 1,430 per dollar, unchanged since last Friday despite a slight dip in foreign reserves to $49.87 billion from $50.1 billion. Traders continue to monitor currency activity ahead of the Eid al-Fitr holiday shutdown, with Wednesday's trading being with the final pre-festivity session. Analysts say the appreciation provides economic relief for Nigerians and signals a period of relative strength for the naira despite global market pressures. British monarch King Charles III has called on Nigeria to deepen trade collaboration with the United Kingdom during a state banquet at Windsor Castle. The event honored President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and First Lady Oduremi Tinubu. He described Nigeria as a key Commonwealth partner capable of shaping future economic and trade frameworks. King Charles III highlighted the United Kingdom, Nigeria enhanced trade and investment partnership, emphasizing barrier-free trade, regulatory harmonization, and investment alignment. The monarch urged both countries to pursue integrated economic cooperation, leveraging cultural ties and long-standing diplomatic relations to boost mutual growth. Now in sports, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has overturned Senegal's 2025 African Cup of Nations victory following a 17-minute walkout during the Rabat final against Morocco. The appeals board awarded Morocco a 3-0 technical victory. Senegal captain Sadio Mane condemned the ruling on social media, and the Senegalese Football Federation described the decision as unprecedented and unacceptable. Critics highlighted potential conflicts of interest, noting Morocco's football chief also serves as CAF vice president, raising concerns of political interference. The Senegalese government has demanded an independent international review, while the team plans to appeal to the Court of Arbitration for Sports in Switzerland. Still in sports, Galatasaray striker Victor Osimhen suffered a fractured right arm during a UEFA Champions League match against Liverpool at Anfield. He was substituted at halftime, and the club is evaluating the need for surgery. The injury compounded Galatasaray's defeat, with teammate Noah also sustaining a severe laceration to his right thumb. The club now faces challenges in both domestic league and cup competitions without their leading striker. Medical assessments will determine Osimhen's recovery timeline, which is critical for the remainder of the season. Now in entertainment, Nollywood icon Murtala Jalade Ekinde publicly named Chidi Mokeme as a favorite actor during an interview with Pulse TV. The endorsement sparked widespread attention across social media. Mokeme acknowledged the recognition on Instagram, noting an influx of messages from fans and expressed gratitude to Murtala. The actor referred to her affectionately as "Oh Sexy" and affirmed his commitment to excellence in his craft. Mokeme's resurgence follows a successful comeback from Bell's Papsi, with standout performances in Netflix Shantytown, reaffirming his top position in Nollywood. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Vice President Kashim Shettima has vowed that those behind the recent bomb attacks in Maiduguri will be decisively confronted. Shettima visited the victims at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, offering support to the injured families. Over 100 people were affected in the attacks, with more than 20 confirmed dead. He emphasized the federal government's continued investment in logistics and security to combat terrorism nationwide. The Ministry of Works, Senator David Umahi, has granted the EFCC and ICPC full access to verify procurement and construction across federal road projects. The ministry emphasized transparency in costs and materials, defending the switch to concrete roads and warning contractors against compromising project standards under the renewed Hope Infrastructure Agenda. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Abia State Command, mobilized 620 personnel to maintain peace during Eid. Commandant Chukwemeko Dimba said units, including rapid response, technical and counter-terrorism teams, will patrol critical sites, urging residents to stay vigilant. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110. Follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial costs and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint's success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says, or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce. And those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in, even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just, how do I put it? It's sometimes you ask questions and human being explain with nature. But robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. But let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has, even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what? To be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app, that is in my phone, that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. So in the negative side, I realize maybe it can make people become lazy. Because every little thing, people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I'll prefer human beings to educate my children, because I think they foremost had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So And we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So if my child is above 15, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, and distinguished First Lady, Ekabo Shadani. My wife and I are delighted to welcome you to Windsor Castle here on this occasion, and we are most grateful to you for travelling during this holy month, which I acknowledge is no small sacrifice, and so it is my particular pleasure to wish you, Mr. President, peace, blessings, and an abundance of joy. And Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
During my most recent visit to Nigeria in 2018, when I was fortunate enough to be able to spend some time with your highly respected traditional leaders, the Sultan of Sokoto, the Uni of Ife, Unicho Wari, and the Emir of Kano, it was self-evident that while the warmth of the Nigerian welcome remains constant, the country itself is transforming at a remarkable pace. Nigeria hasn't merely changed, it has arrived. Yours is now a nation of over 230 million people, half of whom are under 18, with the energy, ingenuity, ambition, and resolve to address the great challenges of our age. We in the United Kingdom are blessed that so many people of Nigerian heritage, having chosen Britain as their home, are now at the heart of British life through excelling at the highest levels of business, technology, academia, law, science, sport, literature, and the arts. I have met so many of these quiet heroes in our schools, businesses, National Health Service, and universities, including countless young people who have flourished through the work of my King's Trust over the last 50 years. Only last week, I was delighted to host a rather lively Nigeria. Niger no day carry last.
King Charles III, Queen Camilla, Prince William, the Prince of Wales and Duke of Cornwall, and Catherine, the Princess of Wales. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is not Nigeria, no they carry last. It is a very splendid moment. It is with the profound honor to stand before you today, representing the people of Nigeria as we reaffirm the enduring bonds of friendship, history, and shared purpose that have united our two nations for several centuries. Allow me first to express my sincere appreciation to Your Majesty and to Her Majesty, the Queen, for the warmth and generosity extended to me, my wife, Oluremi, and the Nigerian delegation. As the first Nigerian leader to speak here at Windsor Castle, which has served the British crown for nearly a millennium, it is particularly historic. Windsor has stood as a symbol of continuity, witnessing the steady evolution of institutions that have shaped governance, culture, and public life, not only in Britain, but far beyond these shores. Nigeria and United Kingdom have shared more than just history. Our two nations share a vision of progress and resilience. Today, we continue that journey, committed to building a future rooted in partnership, mutual respect, and common values. Standing here in Windsor Castle, one cannot but reflect on British impact on modern democratic governance worldwide. We remember the Magna Carta of 1215, which laid the early foundation for the rule of law and the development of parliamentary democracy, establishing enduring ideals around liberty, accountable government, and civic responsibilities. Great Britain thinkers and writers such as Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Edmund Burke helped to propagate those democratic ideals. This influence continues to resonate till this date. The literary genius of William Shakespeare and other writers such as Charles Dickens has enriched and shaped the English language spoken by over 1.7 billion people worldwide. In Nigeria, element of this tradition continues to inform the institutional foundation of our own republic. Our court draws upon legal tradition rooted in English common law. Our parliamentary institution reflects constitutional practices that evolved here over centuries. Our civil service structure have also drawn upon administrative models developed in Britain and adapted to Nigeria's own national context. While institutions matters greatly, Your Majesty, our people remains the strongest bridge between our two countries. The Nigerian community in United Kingdom has become one of the most dynamic diaspora communities worldwide. Nigerians continue to contribute enormously to the vitality both here in England and in Nigeria. Within the National Health Service, Nigerian doctors and nurses play an indispensable role in delivering health care. Nigerian trained doctors are among the largest group of international medical professionals serving the NHS. In sport, rugby players such as Mario Tuje, footballers including Bukayo Saka, Eberechi Eze, and champion boxer Anthony Joshua illustrate the remarkable human connection that links Nigeria and the United Kingdom. Our partnership is further strengthened through the Commonwealth of Nations, which connects 56 countries under Your Majesty's leadership. Thank you very much for all you've been doing for us. We discussed at length earlier on today the essence of bringing over 2.7 billion people together and removing trade barriers. As one of the largest nations within the Commonwealth, Nigeria looks forward to contributing constructively to the continued growth and vitality of this global community. However, our West African region faces complex terrorism challenges with roots in Sahel. Nigeria comes with an enormous responsibility to help safeguard regional stability. In confronting these threats, partnership with the United Kingdom remains essential, and I look forward to meeting with Prime Minister Keir Starmer tomorrow. Despite these challenges, Nigeria approaches the future with hope and confidence. We are a nation of diverse and vibrant people, of young people dreaming big, of entrepreneurs with a global outlook, and a hopeful people determined to realize their full potential, as I promised. Your Majesty, I am confident that the friendship between Nigeria and the United Kingdom will continue to grow stronger and better beyond jollof rice. Finally, Your Majesty, I want to express Nigeria's deep gratitude to the great nation, this great nation, for the refuge and support extended during the dark years of military dictatorship. Like many Nigerians involved in pro-democracy struggle, I find safety here, and I recall that my residence was placed under Metropolitan Police surveillance for protection following threats from agents of the junta. I thank you very much once again. That solidarity remains etched in our collective memory, and it is deeply humbling for me to stand here before you, Your Majesty, today as the President of Democratic Nigeria. On behalf of the government and the good people of Nigeria, I thank Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen, Prince William and Catherine, and Princess of Wales, other members of royal family, and the people of the United Kingdom for their long-standing friendship. Nigeria will not carry last. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of that friendship and our shared destiny, I invite you all to raise a glass with me. To the special bond between Nigeria and United Kingdom, and to the bright future that we shall build together. God bless His Majesty, the King. God bless Nigeria. God bless United Kingdom. And thank you very much.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It gladdens our heart to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed for the safety of lives and property. It also makes lots of effort to make sure or guarantee life and property of man in all its ramifications. And as a matter of fact, it does lots of other effort to reduce insecurity to the barest minimum. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and our focus for today is on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Permit me to introduce to you the special guest we have on the studio today. We have the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command, Doris N. Ago. You are welcome on the show, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
All right. May we know how you feel serving as a safety officer in this capacity?
Oh, thank you very much. Once again, I think it's like a dream come true, you know. I will say that it's like doing what you love doing. I like helping, I like talking to people, I like teaching. So finding myself under the public enlightenment is like doing what I love doing, and it makes it very easy for me to do.
Okay, now may we know what's different between the road safety duties and then the safety itself?
Road safety duties?
What I mean is this, having safety as a tool by the road safety officers, what do they do with it?
Let me start by saying road safety duties. Let me first go to what you said initially. Road safety duties are not just road safety duties, it's everybody's duties. It's what keeps everyone alive. It's just that we are there to remind people of what they are supposed to have known. So when we talk about the safety parts of life, it is our duty, my duty and yours. But we are there to remind people that we need to do this right so that every one of us will stay alive. Then safety is safety everywhere. It's a state of being away from danger, away from harm, you know. And nobody wants to be where you get harm. So safety means being safe, being away from danger, being away from harm.
Now, you know why you think it is very important, or that safety is very important to the road users and other people?
Okay, daily we see things on the road, you know, names, lives lost, property lost, you know, devastating things that you see daily, and they are not good to see, you know. It is our duty and we have to do it. Some of these things, when you see them, you don't even eat for days, but this is your work and you have to do it. Safety is important to everybody, because if we go out in the morning, it's expected that you go out to get what you eat and you come back safely to your loved ones. So when there is the person that went out in the morning does not arrive where he was going to, or did not come back home safely, we see we have lost life, we have lost time, we have lost property, and there are so many people that are dependent on these active ones that go out to look for food, you know. Like the old ones stay at home, the kids go to school, they stay at home. Those of us that are still active are the ones that go out. And when one life is lost, you find out that there are about 6-7 people depending on just this one life that we lose on the road. So we don't want to be losing lives. We want the economy to improve. We want people to live their life in full. And also we want the kids not to be vulnerable, because when you lose a father or you lose a mother, it exposes these kids to what they are not supposed to do. When the father is not there to tend to them, do what is right, they tend to grow on their own, and it could be anything. And when the society is not safe, when we have so many people out there that are not prepared for life, we start having urchins and nobody is safe. So it is better all of us stay safe so that all of us will be happy.
You speak more like safety is your calling.
I love it.
All right, that's very good of you. I want us to be more specific this time. I want you to itemize the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road.
Okay, I want to start with our vision statement. Our vision statement is to eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. When you talk about it, we mean that this is what we desire. This is what our calling is. We want people to come out, find their food, go home safely. And we want the roads to be safe for all of us to use, And you don't just wish it, this is my vision, and you stay at home and let it work out. So we started with making rules, laws. There's a traffic rules, the laws that must be obeyed so that we attain this that we desire. And in making those laws, we need to talk to people to know that these laws are meant for you to obey. These are the don'ts, these are the do's. If you do this, you arrive safely. If you do that, you might have mishap. So we now go out there to educate people. This is what we are doing now.
Okay.
The public alignment part of it. The first one is to make the laws. The second one is we go out there to talk to people. We go to churches, we go to schools, marketplaces, we go to mosque. We're talking on medias, telling people this is what you have to do to stay alive. Then after talking to people, our normal Nigerian factor, they will talk now, people will talk, that kind of thing. After talking now, we now devise another means, we have to enforce. That is when we have our patrol teams on the road. People that will accost you and say, where is your driver's license? Where is your speed? Do you have a speed limiter? Do you let's check if you're drunk and driving. You are over speeding. Do you have a spare tire? Do you have extinguisher in your vehicle? Are you wearing your seat belt? Are you supposed not to wear it? We get people, we accost you one-on-one this time. We are no longer in the media talking to you. This is now face to face, and this is the part of us that people don't like. Because people are hurrying to go to work, hospital, businesses, they have one thing or the other that brought them out on the road. And you now see an officer stopping you and saying, you didn't do it right. Why are you not wearing your seatbelt? Some people will tell you it's not my business. Are you the one that's going to die? Yes, we are all involved. Because if you die on the road, or one dies on the road, we don't leave the person there. It could cause another crash. So we have to carry the human debris, stuff that you don't like to see, but you see it because it's your work you carry. So we now have to go and carry those things, and that's why we keep ringing the bell. Wear your seatbelt, don't overspeed, don't drink and drive, make sure your tires are good. The rain is starting now very soon, and it's expected that everybody checks the tire. The wipers have been there for a very long time. People don't use it because it's not raining, and because it has been there, you think it is still working until you are driving in the night and the rain starts. You find out the wipers are not working, and that is a hazard on the road. So we go out there to accost them. You didn't do it right. Why did you beat the traffic light? Because you could be trying to beat this traffic light, and another person that has the right of way is coming, and there will be a crash. That is why we say obey traffic rules, and when they don't do it, then we will now have to impound the vehicle or give them a ticket to pay. This ticket we give them is not because if they pay a lot. You can give as little as 3,000, 2,000. But what matters is that we are making you understand that your time, we can delay you. By the time you go and pay federal government, you don't pay to us, it's not our money, it's a central cost, so you pay to the federal government. By the time you take your time to pay that small 3,000, it's very minimal. But you go to the bank and waste your time, and you find that that's overspeeding you were doing that time. It has taken you like 2 hours or 3 hours. You have just managed and drive the right way and get to your destination.
Is that how the person pays the same day?
No, it's not the most you pay the same day. But if you have a driver's license, we'll take your license, we give you the ticket. If you pay, you come back and collect your license and you go. So we take something that is valuable, that belongs to us because we are the producers of this license. So we take it and ask you to go and pay, and you come back and take your license. But we are just trying to tell you that what you did was wrong. Not just what you pay. What you pay is just things. Some people will even want to like, please take 10,000, just go. We say no, go to the bank, go and do the hustles, go to your pay, come back to us, so that you remember the day you met us. You don't kind of get everybody the same day. Everybody has his own day. You might be passing one road for 10 years. We might not even accost you until one day we accost you. So that's our duties. Then we also do the rescue services. These rescue services comes when every other thing has failed, kind of. We have gone there to teach you. We made laws. We've gone to teach you. We on the road, we accosted you and say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And because everybody has his own day, maybe the ones we said didn't matter to you, then comes the crash. When the crash now happens, that is like the end of it all. We will now go and carry the debris, we clear the road, we take the wounded to the hospital, we take the dead to the morgue, And this is the part we don't want to do, We wish it will not happen. That is why we go before you and tell you, don't overdrive, don't drink and drive, don't overspeed, repair your vehicle. Let me even go back to what causes these crashes that we see on the road.
But before then, I want to understand, are you saying that any motorist that obeys all of the rules you are talking about, there will be nothing like crash?
Yes, if I obey the rule, you are driving alongside, you obey the rule, you repair your car is in good shape, you are mindful that it's raining, so you reduce speed, you know that the wipers are not good, you repair it, you do what you're supposed to, you don't beat lane, you don't drive in opposite direction, you don't beat traffic lights. These things will be reduced. And when you are descending a slope, like Jubuonyama, that is a recurring decimal that we usually see, it's sloping. There are other people that are using this road. We have big lorries and vehicles that are using this road, and you want to overtake. You're not seeing your front, you are trying to overtake. That means you want something to happen. But if you obey the rules, if you know that these vehicles are going down, they cannot turn. They can't attack you from turning around to me. It's only when you try to maneuver that we can have issues. That is when we have head-on collisions, because you didn't see the vehicle that is coming up and you try to maneuver, and we don't have much space on that road. So if we obey rules, these crashes will be reduced, and even if it happens, the impact will not be much. So yes, if we obey rules, it reduces traffic crashes.
Okay. Let me quickly come to the causes of the road accident.
Okay. We have.
But before then, do you think you are succeeding in the job you are doing? Like, are you making progress? Are you recording successes?
Of course, if you're not.
You do.
If you're not recording successes, we won't be here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then you mentioned that you eradicate road accident on the highways. But we still hear accidents here almost on daily basis.
No, I said our vision. That is our dream. You don't dream. You can dream that you are in London. It is your dream. That is our vision. We want a situation whereby we will eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. But it depends on you and I. If we have this vision and we're working towards it, and you as humans out there are not doing what they're supposed to do, I can't be doing my own and doing their own. We made the law, we are doing the enforcement, we are doing the public enlightenment, we do the clearing, and if you decide not to help us to achieve this, saving lives, that could be yours, that could be your parents, that could be your child's own, then we will keep pushing. We keep doing the work, keep pushing, hoping that one day people will understand it and follow the rules.
Okay, you assured me that you are making successes.
Yes, we do.
From the much you are doing already.
Yes.
And my interest is why the road accident, and after which people die. Let's come back to the causes of road accident.
Okay, we have two main causes of crashes on the road. We have the mechanical faults, we we have the human factor, then we have the environmental factor. I'll start with the environmental factor. Environmental factor is like that happened in a home just a few weeks ago. A big tree fell and crushed some people. That is the environmental factor. It rarely happens. It doesn't happen every day. That thing that happened might take up to 10 years before we hear that kind of story again. Trees might fall, but it might not fall on a vehicle. You understand? So it's rare. The occurrence is rare. Then we have the mechanical fault. The mechanical fault is maybe something along the way, something happened. Maybe the engine caught fire, things like that, mechanical, or maybe a repair that went wrong, can spark up a fire in a vehicle, or you change tire, you didn't fix it well, But even if you check it very well, you find out that the human hand is still in it, the mechanical factor now. Then
in that case, whose fault particularly?
I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
So we now have the human factor. The 85% of why we have crashes on the road is due to the human factor. Human factor being that when you fix the tire, you didn't do it right. Your tire is due to be changed, you didn't change it. Your brake is light and you know it's getting flat and you did not change the brake pad. And you are driving in the night without light. You don't have a functional wiper. You need to go for maintenance, you didn't go. When you drink and drive, you overspeed, you carry overload. All those things are human factor because we have a choice not to do it that way. You can decide to load the normal load on the vehicle and carry it. Forget about the money. We don't think about the wears and tears that happens to a vehicle. All we wanted was that money that we wanted to make that time. So we now give like 85% of the reasons why we have crashes on the road is because of the human being. The remaining 15% is between the mechanical fault and the environmental factor. So we find out that the humans are the reasons why we have crashes. And of course, it's the humans that it affects after the end of it all.
Okay, I want to put a question this way to you. If your target, being a safety officer on the road, if your target is to prevent accident, if it is, and if peradventure we are still seeing accident here and there and all of that, do you think you are succeeding in that your target?
Even in the Western world, in the places where we feel that they have attained everything, everything is in place, everything works well, we still have crashes there and we still have fatalities there. There is never a time that we can totally eradicate crashes, but what we want is to make sure that we don't have fatalities when it happens. You can have minor crashes, somebody might mistakenly hit you without looking well, you now bump into your car, you take it to mechanic, you repair. We don't want to have people dying on the road. We don't want to have fatalities. It will happen, but let us reduce the fatality of the effect that we have.
Alright, how do you treat traffic offenders? You have mentioned that in some cases you give ticket to pay some money. Apart from that, what are other punitive measures?
Punitive measure, that's just a punitive measure that we give. You pay your ticket, you come and collect your vehicle. Then there's some minor offenses that we can just caution you, we can talk to you, and you will go. So it depends on the gravity of the offense that you commit. Okay, let's look at somebody that is driving in the opposite direction. You're supposed to be going straight and you're driving on the opposite
Before then, I'm interested in the punitive measures.
And that's what I'm still saying.
Okay, if the only punitive measure you have is to caution and then issue ticket to pay, I am thinking, or am I mistaken if I think you have the right to arrest?
We arrest you before we give you a ticket. After the arrest, you now take your ticket and you go and pay.
Okay, just arrest and issue the ticket, you don't prosecute?
It depends on what the person did. Like sometimes I was trying to talk about somebody driving in the opposite direction. That person is supposed to be taken to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. Because why should he be driving opposite and the vehicle? You can have a head-on collision, and that's the most fatal crashes that we have on the road, because it's head-on collision, the person does. So if one is caught driving that way, you should go to a psychiatric for an evaluation. So it depends on what the person did before we now give the measure that we're supposed to give.
Now, how do you succeed in your arrests since you don't carry rifles? Yes. How is it possible to you?
Well, I will not say. I will not say. I will not say it is very easy. Men are going through a lot to do the work. In short, when they are doing a humanitarian job, they are trying to save lives, and you see people out there fighting them, and when something happens, somebody that has been accosted, or you stop the person from doing what he was doing, or he didn't achieve what he wanted to do because you stopped him and you booked him, and you see any slightest issue with a road safety officer, the person will be the first to from somewhere start throwing stone and start causing trouble. You don't know what the person had in mind, you don't know why the person is doing it, and another person that does not know why he is doing it will now join. We are doing our work to save lives. If a road safety officer stops you and says your tires are worn, change it. Or even if he book you for this tire that is worn, he's trying to save your life tomorrow. I have an example. I was a time in Benue then when I was possessed with that way, walking in Benue. One vehicle from Enugu was going to Makurdi. And at the roundabout, Enugu roundabout in Benue, we accosted him. He refused to stop. He zoomed off. By the time he passed the Benue command, there's one bend before you start moving on to Makurdi. The car had a crash. He didn't die, but his legs, they must ampute those legs, So it was still the same team that tried to stop him for overspeeding that went to do the rescue services. And then when we saw them, he started crying. It was late already. So when we are cautioning people, they don't value it. It's when they now get to the end, then they now start valuing our work, But that is not how it's supposed to be. You should value those people that say, stay safe, do the right thing so that your life lasts longer for you.
Okay, you confirmed that it is not easy arresting people without rifles?
No, it's not. You too should know that.
I am thinking so.
It's not easy. We have to do our job.
People can be funny, yes, and they can be violent also. Okay, do you think, or do you wish that government approves rifle to you to make your work easy?
Well, I think those people that are working towards getting that, they've not relented. So if the government feels it is needed to enhance the job, to make it easier for us, I think they will go ahead and give it to us.
Okay. I want to be particular here. What is your punitive measures for driving without seatbelt or using phone on steering?
It is not much, like 3,000. It's not much.
Oh, like 3,000?
Yes, but once
will you stand there and make sure that person puts on the seatbelt?
We will. Okay, it's done this way. If you have a driver's license, that driver's license is an important document, So we will hold your license. Then you can go and do your duties. You wear your seatbelt before you move. If you like, you go out to remove it. We have done our duty to make you wear it. But if you don't have a valid license, maybe your license is already expired, that means we impound this vehicle until you go and pay. Then you renew your license. If it's renewable, if you don't have a license, you start a new license. Well, it takes like 6 weeks to get it. So however it is, you have to go through this pain to remember that you need to do the things that you're supposed to do right so that you get the right result.
You mentioned earlier that it is part of your duties to issue driving licenses.
Yes.
You did so?
Yes.
Now, how do you ascertain who is worthy to be issued this license before you do that?
Okay, I will say this particular issue, it's not something we can just box into this. When we need to talk about license, we will do it. It's a whole day stuff. But I will say that it is a tripartite arrangement where we have the VIO, we have the Board of Internal Revenue being part of it, and we have our own side of it. The board, they do the check-ins, they have their own side of it. Then we produce. Production means we are at the end of it all. We come for capture in office, we send it to our plant, it is produced, and it returns back to Board of Internal Revenue. So you go and collect from board. That's why I say it's tripartite. We are three doing this work to ensure success.
Okay, anybody that is carrying driving license, what is the implication? That person can drive, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Why do we see a lot of people who carry driving license and they cannot drive?
I think it's a personal thing. People go to driving schools. People go to school. Let me even drop the driving school side. People go to school, they graduate, and they cannot defend their certificates everywhere. You still see people that don't even go to school. But when you see them talk or act, you're like, this person is learned, you know. It is a personal thing. People, if you want to learn something, if you feel you have a passion to do something, you should do it right. People just, if I don't have a license, I will not drive. So let me go to driving school and pass out and collect my license. And well, you're forgetting that this, you're driving, you're not carrying your life, your family, and a lot of other people. You're carrying lives, and you need to protect this life. You know, when somebody now entrusts life into your hand and enter a vehicle, it's like, I am at your mercy. Take me to my destination, you know. And people don't understand the gravity of being a driver. You know, I've been driving for like 12 or 13 years now, and once I enter the car, like, you need to focus. No matter what it is, you need to focus. But some people see it as just something we do to just get.
Do you not think that happens because you're a safety officer?
I started driving before I joined the car.
Okay. There are a lot of other people who see they drive recklessly. You have noticed that?
Yes, there are so many reasons why people drive recklessly. It's not because they don't know how to drive, but maybe they are under influence, one. Maybe they want to show off. There's some cars you carry, you want people to see you, you know.
And maybe they have the license and they're not qualified to own their license.
Well, it's another ball game altogether. But if you already have a license, you should live up to it. You can be qualified, you can know how to drive, and you still make mistakes on the road. Like you can see a professor, many people, you know, driving under influence. You can see somebody that didn't go to school, just driving maybe to earn a living, and is driving well. It all depends on the person. So carrying a license is not a ticket that person is very qualified. It is in you. You will decide if you will do it right. Like every other job that we do, you will decide, I want to excel in this thing I'm doing, and you will work towards excellence. But if you just want to do it anyhow, then you do it anyhow. We are all adults, you know. Even when you are accosted and corrected, when you leave that place, you continue what you do, because our eyes are not everywhere. We cannot follow you everywhere. We have like how many of us in the state? We can't control everybody, but we keep going one after pace by pace, hoping that people will understand and act right.
Okay, let's look at the requirements for obtaining a driving license.
It is, like I told you years ago, it's a long process. So when you want us to talk about driver's license, it's going to take us a whole day to talk about. But first you have to go to a driving school. So when you go to after the driving school and you are certified that you have passed your driving school, then you come over for your capture. So after the capture, it's sent to the database where it's produced, and it returns to Board of Internal Revenue for collection.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to observe the short break, but when we come out from the break, we would like you to tell us the importance of fire extinguisher in every vehicle.
It's all right.
Everyone, thank you so much for being there. It has been a nice time. We have been here discussing the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road, and we know you are there. Thank you so much. Just a short break, we shall be right back. Don't go away.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break. It's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Thank you so much for being there. I've been here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Commission, Enugu State Command, Doris and Ago. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Thank you.
All right, before we went to the short break, we were talking about the importance of fire extinguisher in vehicles.
Okay, fire extinguisher is what we use to extinguish fire if it happens while driving or even when it's stationary. And because the fire that is involved in vehicle is not just ordinary fire, there's fuel involved, so we expect something big. When it breaks out, the combustion is always high, and it needs something that will combat it. So the fire extinguisher is basically the only, people use soap, water, almost sand, but what gets it extinguished fast so that you will not have much destruction on the vehicle is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. Well, how does it matter that someone drives a vehicle without a plate number?
Wow. That's a security breach, if I can say that. If you are driving a vehicle without a plate number, we don't know if it's stolen, if it's your own. Yes, it's still not registered, it's not licensed already. You're not supposed to drive a vehicle that does not have a plate number.
Okay.
So,
then what's the punishment allotted to that?
If you are accosted, you keep it, you get a plate number, you go and register it. It means that the vehicle is not registered. And if it's even bad on the person that's driving it, because if somebody takes it and registers it, it becomes the person's own. So it's dicey. It is not safe for anybody to drive a vehicle without a plate number. That means it's not registered.
There was a lot of government official vehicles going without plate numbers.
Don't bring them here. They are government. They know what they want to do and they are doing it. So they just don't bring that here.
Okay. I want to know how you succeed in educating the motorists and the general public on the safety rules. How do you succeed in doing that? Where do you get them?
Okay, I want to say that we have the children own. We have youth safety education where we do those ones in school, primary and junior secondary. In secondary school, that's we call it the youth safety education. We have the road safety club. These are the youth couples, the couples that are attached to us. They also help us in the enlightenment. We teach them, they teach us, teaching people that will teach others. Okay, we still have the regulars like me that go out to schools, to markets, to public places to talk to people. When you are educating people, when you're talking to them, they listen. So long as they are not passing with their money, it is okay. They like to listen to it. If you have pictures, they love it. You have flyers, they'll collect it from you. The only time they're angry with you is when you accost them, you want to book them, you want to give them ticket to go pay. That is the only time they don't like the work we do. But every other work we do, it's okay with them, they love it. So it's easy to talk to people, especially when you know what to tell them and where it concerns them. There was this time we had a program that we were going to all these trailers that brings cattle down to this place, tomatoes and those things. We went to them and we were trying to educate them not to be entering the same vehicle where we have cattle and goods. We were teaching them that it's not good to travel in the same vehicle where we have cattle and tomatoes and all that. When something happens, the fatality is always high. Yes, they liked it, but when you look the other way, they say, how can you travel from the north and enter the motor will come alone? You now enter another bus and pay another money. Everybody is trying to save this money. Nobody is trying to remember that life is important, But when you go there, they will like it. They will talk to you. They will be nice to you. They will listen. But it is the execution that really matters. How many of them, after talking and you turn your back, will really do the right thing?
Okay. Okay, that's where the problem is.
Yes, it's not.
Because I was about asking you. But I know that talking to students is important. Talking to market women, it's important. But then I think where the problem is, or the
compliance.
Compliance first, but then I think it is the motorists. Because drinking or steering is about the motorist. Not putting on the seat belt is about the motorist. What again, overspeeding is about the motorist. Not using the fire extinguisher, it's about them. Using phone on the steering is about them, and all of that. So they are more directly involved. So that's what I mean. How do you go about getting the most appropriate people and talking to them?
Of course, when you're talking to the market people, you have the drivers of the truck there. We go to motor parks, we go to churches, we actually go everywhere. We talk to people. You must get people at every point in time, even bus stops. You might be passing and you talk to people at every point in time. Even when you're correcting a child that is trying to cross the road wrongly, it is public enlightenment. If you have a passion to do it, even do it unconsciously. Hey, stop it! You don't even know where you're doing. Stop! Don't do that. It's wrong. Before you know, you have already passed the information that you need to pass. We are doing our work. Let people comply.
Okay. Looking at the rate of compliance already. Do you think you have done enough, or do you consider moving forward to do more?
There is no enough when it comes to life. When it comes to saving life, it's a continuous thing, it's an everyday thing. The people you talk today, if I go to a particular park for 5 weeks, the people now say you only get about 2 or 3 people that you have talked to there the next time you come. So you always see different people, new faces, and that means that it is a continuous process. You must continue to talk to people so that you can get more people. This is the only time you get like thousands in minutes, when people watch and listen. That is where we get more audience. But going from park to markets, to churches, you talk to a congregation, and the next Sunday you will still meet new people, and you still have new things to tell them. So it is a continuous process, and we are not relenting.
Are there separate things you are telling them, or it is the same safety rules you have mentioned here?
Safety rules will never end. You cannot exhaust them in a day. You say this, but if it's don't drink and drive you want to talk about, you can talk about it the whole day, and you continue. You get another thing, you learn to talk about it.
Okay, then how do you meet up in the emergency cases on the road in the right time?
Okay, well, emergency cases, when we get a call, we have 5 minutes to meet. When it's emergency, every second counts. So we already have a standby vehicle for that. We have an ambulance that is always on standby day and night. People are there. Before you go, you pray. We don't want anything to happen, but if it happens, they are there to do it. Then we have our tow truck in case they need to be towed. We have a tow truck that is on standby as well. So emergency, we are apt when it comes to emergency.
Okay. Then what do you do? What's your services in terms of emergency?
Evacuation. Those ones, when you come to emergency situation, worst case scenario, you have the dead, you have the wounded, you have those ones shouting. Those ones that are not even shouting are the worst cases. They might be wounded and dying and they can't shout, so these are the first people we pick. The dead ones are already dead, so they are well out of it. The ones that are shouting still have chances. Is those ones that are stuck, that might not be shouting but they are still alive, that you rescue first. Then you pick those ones that are shouting because they are still conscious. So you pick the unconscious, then you pick the conscious and take them to the hospital before you come back for those ones that are dead. Then the debris need to be removed. Because if you leave an accidented vehicle or a crashed vehicle on the road, it is bound that another one will happen there. So immediately when the ones that are wounded are dead are moved, then the tow truck comes in and pull it off. If you cannot move them because there's some vehicles you cannot move immediately, at least you take it off the roads so that other ones can have an access road and pass and reduce traffic on the road and help others to move on.
Do you make any effort to understanding the cause of any accident?
Yes, we do. In short, we have a team that always go back to a scene of a crash to check what happened. Once it happened, the person will be there. Eyewitnesses account matters. The driver, if it's okay and conscious, can tell you what happened. Whoever is involved, passerbys, watchers will tell you what happened. Then you now match it with the other accounts you get, from the driver, from the passengers, from the person from the other vehicle, and whoever is around. Then you still go back and analyze it. Then everything is cleared. You mark those people mark the road and go back. Then sit back and analyze how it happens. And most times we get the pictures together because the driver might not want to be liable, and he will be telling you, it wasn't me, I was trying to move and it bashed into me, but when you see how the car or the vehicle is parked after the crash, or the skids, the tire skids, the marks on the road will show you where it started. If it was a brake failure, or if it was trying to match brake or trying to escape another oncoming vehicle. With that you can analyze and find out what happened, and you forward it for all to the headquarters.
What do you do with it?
They use that to make policies, to help in a situation where we have occurrences like in Ugunyama, where we always have occurrences. They are now looking at the topography of the place, what you can do to help the place to reduce accidents, crashes on the road. So they use it for policy making to help people escape crashes.
Okay, can you itemize some of the prevalent or more prevalent causes of road accident?
Okay, I will say one is overspeeding, drunk driving, overconfidence. That's another one that people don't even look at. When you see a vehicle moving, the space the place is narrow, and you feel you can move, I can drive, you want to maneuver. That overconfidence most times causes head collision, because you must have judged the oncoming vehicle and you feel your speed is higher, you can maneuver, and that one is not yielding, because there's some people that will slow down for you to come, to pass. But there's some people that will why is it coming? Okay, let him come. The person will now think the other one will slow down, and that is when we have head-on collisions, and most times they are fatal.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to know what you do to make sure that highway codes are standardized. Road traffic codes.
You mean our own highway code?
Yes.
It is standardized on its own. It is of standard. I think we'll be talking about availability, but when it comes to standard, it is of international standard.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, how do you determine and enforce speed limit of vehicles?
Initially when the speed limiter came, we were trying to get everybody, almost buses, to get it installed. Most buses, especially those that are running interstates, have speed limiter.
Okay.
But the ones I can say is the routine buses, most of them don't have it, but we are still working on. Some of them still come and say, I want a speed limiter, because we enforce it. If you are accosted and you don't have it, you're supposed to have it, we enforce it. So some of them on their own, I don't want to wahala, I want to install the speed limiter. So people are still coming for speed limiter.
Okay, then is there any way you synergize with other agencies on the road, like the police on the road?
We are all sister agencies, and when we need their help, they are there. When they need our help, we are also there.
In what cases?
We collaborate with them in traffic execution of traffic rules. There's some places you come, you see police, you see other agencies, doing traffic work and other. The important thing is that we want the road to be sanitized. You do your own, I do my own. We come together. You find out that the works are interwoven somehow, so they help each other. The important thing is that we get the work done. Let people be safe in the state. That's what's important.
Are there other agencies involved? I mentioned the police.
I don't need to know the others. We have call them sister agencies.
Okay.
We have people, uniform agencies that work together. We work together.
Okay, in all of this, I think the bottom line is the safety of people.
Sure.
And you have mentioned here that where we have the problem is on the aspect of compliance.
Yes.
What do you think should be done so that motorists will comply more than what we are seeing today?
I think we'll continue with the public alignment, because that is what we believe. We don't need to tie people to do the right thing. In as much as we accost you, we give you a ticket. If one do not want to change, you cannot change if you don't tell yourself you want to change. If somebody is continuously drinking and driving, it's only when he sits himself down and say, I don't want to be doing this. You can continue to be giving him ticket. He will be paying until he tells himself that this life, I don't want it, or he loses the life. So it's of two ways. Either he changes or he loses the life. So we will do our own, hoping that people will understand and do their own part, because I cannot do my own and do. I can't be driving for you and driving for myself. In as much as defensive driving teaches us that I can't be driving for myself and driving for you, but it's just taking safety precautions when I'm driving so that I'll stay away from you, so that you won't bump into me. That is what it teaches. But in the real sense, I can't drive your vehicle and drive my own at the same time. I can only play safe so that the person carry the wahala and pass and leave me in peace.
Are you not considering maybe the option of re-strategizing? Because most times you may not be able to get a different result if you do one thing over and over again, the same method.
I didn't say we are not getting results.
I know.
We are
but the result is maybe plus or minus 50%.
No, it's not.
Okay, give us the statistics.
I'm not giving you statistics now because I don't have it written on me. But I'm saying every year we check what we have done with the statistics, because every crash that happens, we pick the number of people involved, wounded, dead, whatever, the number of vehicles involved, and we send the statistics to our HQ, and they compile it. At the end of the year, they use it to make policies. If they are going to take higher, like there was a time we were doing reduction, 50% reduction of traffic crashes and fatalities. We know we made impact during this time. We reduced it to 25%. We kept moving it up and down depending on the statistics on how you found out that last year we had crashes in Goyama, but the fatality was not what it used to be. This year we have fatalities, so we work towards reducing the fatalities. We didn't say it will not happen at all. We have not gotten to that point where crashes will not happen at all, but we want a situation where people will just be scratches, the vehicle will go to the mechanic will repair it, and people will go home. So
I am looking at you as a teacher.
Thank you.
Because a teacher in a classroom teaching students or pupils. If you use this method, if it doesn't work, you may decide to change the formula. The second formula or the third one may work. Yes. If you use this example, if you see that maybe the pupils or the students are not, they don't understand, you may decide to use a separate example. With that, they may understand.
I do.
Mine is a clamor for more compliance.
Okay.
You have your method we'll be using to teach, to educate the motorists and then the general public. I would have wished you re-strategize by way of getting to have or to teach them with different methods. Maybe we will record more compliances. I
am not saying we are not re-strategizing. We are doing it. Every year we do that. We bring up the way we're going to run it for the year. So strategies changes every time, so long as we're getting results. We will continue.
Okay. At this point in time, I want you to itemize the challenges you meet on the road with the motorist as the safety officer on the road.
There are many. We have non-compliance. We have people getting aggressive. In Nigeria, nobody wants to part with his money and his time. When you accost the person, you are now looking at his time and money getting involved. So we have some people getting volatile. We have some people trying to even fight road safety officers.
Trying to fight?
Yes, we have places where.
Why are you not saying it loudly?
I am saying it as loud as I can.
Okay.
I mean, people that want to get violent with you, in trying to keep them safe. So
is that not an offense?
It is an offense, It is an offense. Some even want to gather people to mock, But we are not relenting. The important thing is that we are not relenting. These lives you are saving might not just be your own. It could be somebody it might not just be somebody you don't know. I've had places where we go for rescue and you find that it's somebody that you know, that is maimed, that is dead or wounded. When a call for rescue comes, we don't see it as it is work. It is passion. You see people that are not even on detailed on duty, picking their jackets and running off, just to save this life. Some people out there don't see, they don't understand the passion to save life. You don't just bring everybody that you see on the road to come in and walk away. These are people that want to help, but out there some people don't understand it. It's not just work, it is passion for us.
Okay. Then the other aspect of it, what are the hazards of this your duty on the road?
Sometimes people get knocked on the road, in full uniform, and see somebody full speed, you will see the person coming, and you think the person will break, and sometimes they don't break. They hit, some hit and run. Some of us die on the road trying to help other people. There was even issues, places where somebody went on rescue and another vehicle came there and crushed, trying to rescue. We were flagging him down, slow down, and it didn't. Before you know it, has already knocked somebody down. So there are so many hazards.
In that case, what do you do?
What we do is rescue the rescuer now. So what we do is start a rescue all over again. In tears, in pains, but you have to do the work.
Okay, let's bring it to the aspect of the government. Has government been able to provide you with everything you need to do this job effectively?
Nobody provides everything you need to do this job with.
But you are a government agency.
Yes.
Is that the responsibility of the government to provide?
Everything. If we might have other things that we need that everybody are providing. It's important that those things that we need are provided. And if we need more, we will ask for more. And they do their own part. We might not have everything that we need, but at least we have the things that we need to do the work.
I want to ask you this question directly. Do you need more?
Of course, everybody is Oliver. I know you are too. If you are asking or given an opportunity to ask, you will ask. So if you ask me, I will ask for more.
Aneke TV has provided this opportunity for you to ask. I want to remind you that the government is listening now as we speak. So this is a free charge opportunity to talk to the government. Then you are the Oliver Twist now. I want to ask for some more.
Of course, the government know that if you have more vehicles, it will help us to do more.
Okay.
You understand? So
ask as many as you can. This is the opportunity.
My desire is to have maybe another vehicle, one or two, to help us in the work that we do, or maybe a rescue vehicle as well to help us do the work better. But that is it.
Okay. Now I do observe that it is the there are the obedient motorists that you encounter on the road, and there are the disobedient ones.
No, we don't just encounter the obedient ones. It's most times when I'm on the road and I see those ones that are obedient, that listens to you. You know that these are the people that you can easily convert. These are the people that you easily talk to and they will obey you. I caution them. That's like, for me, I will caution. Don't do it again, knowing that they will obey you. The ones I don't like are those ones that will look you in the face and will like, what can you do? That is when you show them that I can book you. And you go and pay for this offense, So the gullible, the ones you feel are gullible are not really gullible. These are the people that I love. Those are the people that I love talking to. But sometimes those ones that you think are machos on the road, they are the bullies on the road. Sometimes when you see them down and talk to them, it's just that ignorant. They don't know. They don't understand it. By the time you talk to them, show them pictures of names and dates, they go sober and they will understand you. So it depends on the approach on how to talk to people on the road that determines how they react to you, on how they try to understand what you are saying.
I understand that each day you are going to work, you get prepared because you wouldn't know what you're going to meet for the day.
Yes, you have a normal routine, yeah. But also you prepare for the unforeseen.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
You get prepared for that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there no motorists? You've mentioned that there are the ones that are complying, and those are the ones that help you record the successes you've recorded, isn't it? Are there no motorists who are complying with these rules?
They are people complying, and there are some others are still breaking the rules.
Okay, but the problem you have are those who are breaking the rules.
Yes.
Okay. I want you to do a shout out to those who are complying. Do a shout out to them.
Okay, these are my people. Those are people that listen, people I talk to, people that obey traffic rules. I love you all, and please continue to obey traffic rules because your life you're saving is yours and other people's life. If you obey and keep your life safe. So keeping safe for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, I want you to speak to those who are thick-headed and those who give you headache on the road. They just have to change, otherwise
those ones
they meet the full rot of the...
Those ones that like giving headache on the road, you're not a Superman, nobody is, and I wouldn't want you to get to a point whereby you regret not doing the right thing. So please do the right thing so that you get the right result. Road safety is out there to help you stay safe. Please obey traffic rules so that you stay alive for those you love and those that love you.
You have asked the government for more. Would you like to make a shout out to the government?
Oh yeah, the government, they are doing their best, but we still want you to do more. Do more so that we'll do our work better. Okay?
Alright, this is where we're done the cutting for today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Avia, thank you so much. I'll be here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Doris and Ago.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. Avia, thank you so much. It's been a nice time we had with you, discussing on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps officers on the road. Thank you so much. We are going to drop or stop here to continue again. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. Report danger. Support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals, they were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This
is Health Matters,
only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uche. Health is often described as wealth, yet many of the conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Turn our attention to an issue that affects millions of people, yet is often misunderstood. Today we'll focus on a condition that has become a major public health issue worldwide: cancer. Cancer does not discriminate. It can affect anyone, young or old, male or female, regardless of background. Yet, despite its prevalence, misconceptions and lack of awareness remain widespread. On this edition of Health Matters, we'll examine the facts, debunk the myths, and highlight the warning signs you should never ignore. Most importantly, we will discuss how early detection and timely intervention can save lives. Stay with us as we explore the reality of cancer and the practical steps you can take to protect yourself and your loved ones. Joining us with expert knowledge and informed opinion on this subject is Professor Sunday Ocheni, a professor of hematology at the University of Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Nice being here.
Thank you for joining us once again.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start from the beginning, Doctor. To our viewers, cancer is a word that brings fear and confusion, and when someone notices that you have cancer, it seems like this is just the end of the world, and a few days later you're going to, the person might end up dying. So we'd like to know, could you help us understand exactly what cancer is and how it develops in the body?
Okay. So cancer is a group of diseases characterized by uncontrolled growth, development, and proliferation in different parts of the body. So cancer usually develops as a result of changes in DNA, what we call mutations. So these changes in DNA or mutations that occur in the cells makes it in such a way that cancer cells grow uncontrollably. Normally, what happens in the body system is that normal cells undergo controlled growth and development. For example, when the child is growing, the child continues to grow, every part of the body grows together until the child becomes an adult. So a cell is supposed to grow normally in a controlled environment. But what happens in cancer is that as a result of the changes in the DNA, what we call a mutation, there is a survival advantage. Survival advantage means that the cell, instead of growing normally, aging and dying, it refuses to age and die. It continues to grow and proliferate uncontrollably. It has no control. It has no control. And then it might metastasize to other parts of the body.
Okay.
So that's what cancer basically is. It's just a cell that has refused to follow normal rules and regulation of growth.
Okay.
And are being controlled, it goes to grow uncontrollably and spreads fast to different parts of the body.
Okay, doctor, what you're trying to say is that this cell is meant to be in the body. It is naturally in the body.
No. So cells, in the normal cell, we all have normal cells. Okay. So these normal cells, they grow and they die. But something that happens, it's like a damage occurs or an error occurs. Something triggers it. So with normal cell, something triggers, there's a damage in DNA, or you call it mutation. So there's a change in the genetic makeup of that cell. Because of this change that has occurred, it's an abnormal change. The cell now refuses to allow itself to be controlled. So it continues to grow abnormally without control.
Instead of it to die.
Yeah, instead of dying when it should die, it will not die.
Time is meant to die.
Yeah, it should not die. It continues to grow uncontrollably.
Okay. Moving on, what are the most common types of cancer in our region, and what factors contribute to their prevalence?
Yeah, cancer is very common in this environment. Common cancers in our environment, they include breast cancer, they include cervical cancer, they include prostate cancer, they include colorectal cancer, they include ovarian cancer, and then there are also blood cancers like lymphomas, multiple myelomas, and leukemias. These are the commonest cancers in our environment. Yeah.
Okay. So how can they be detected? How can we know that this is this cancer and this is that?
Yeah, so of course different cancers have different manifestations. There are different ways by which different cancers manifest or show in the body. But principally, usually patients with cancers, they will have weight loss, unexplained weight loss, persistent fatigue, persistent body tiredness, easy fatigability, the patient is weak, the patient is tired, the patient may have persistent cough, may have cough for a long time, may have problems in the throat, may have problems with the bladder, maybe increased urinary frequency, problems in the bladder, maybe increased urinary frequency, may have problems with passage of stools, may have problems with maybe bleeding conditions. Maybe the patient might bleed easily. When somebody touches something, not only the patient should not bleed, but he bruises very easily. Or sometimes may have for blood cancers, for instance, they may have what we call pathological fractures. Maybe an old patient goes to the bathroom and just a little slip, and they say he has had a fracture. Ordinarily, somebody could fall down in the bathroom and not have any fracture. But when an old man goes into the bathroom and any small thing, he just falls down, he has a fracture. That means there's a problem somewhere. Then there could be lumps. Some people have lumps in the neck, lumps in the axilla, lumps in the armpits. So weight loss, drenching night sweats, excessive sweating, these things happen. Fever, unexplained fever. Malaria is common in this environment, but when you have malaria, you are given anti-malarials, you should go. But some people have fever, persistent fever, they have taken anti-malarials, they have taken antibiotics, they have taken all kinds of drugs, the fever persists. So when such symptoms occur, patients should go to the hospital early and check. Weight loss, so those are the common things. Weight loss, fever, night sweats, lumps in the body, bleeding, persistent cough, problems with urination, problems with passing stools, maybe skin lumps, skin erosions. So when these things happen, it's good to present to the hospital so they can be properly investigated.
Okay.
Perhaps there might be cancer somewhere.
Okay. So, doctor, you said earlier that there are different types of cancer. There's breast cancer, there's lung cancer, and I just feel like there should be different symptoms of this cancer.
Yeah.
So, what are the symptoms of these?
So for specific symptoms, of course, if it's breast cancer, there might be a lump in the breast. Okay. So there might be change in color of the breast. So such a person, if you see a lump in the breast or change in coloration of the breast, maybe there's a nipple discharge, so the person should suspect that something is going on and should present to hospital. Or prostate cancers, usually they have something like dribbling sensation, dribblings, maybe urinary frequency. They go to pass urine.
For the viewers, what do you mean by prostate cancer?
Prostate, that has to do with men. Okay. Prostate, one of the reproductive system of man. So usually it's around the it's part of the system that can affect the urination. So when somebody wants to pass urine, it passes urine more frequently than before, or may have to strain before passing urine. When something like that happens, the person should present to the hospital. For cervical cancer, the patient might have bleeding, easy bleeding in the cervical area, in the private part. So maybe following sexual exposure or maybe any small trauma, disease bleeding, you should present to the hospital.
The lung cancer.
Yes. For lung cancers, they might have cough, persistent cough. They might have blood in sputum, and they might have chest pain. Of course, most of the cancers, they will have weight loss.
Okay. So what do you think are the factors that stimulate these cancers in our body?
Factors that stimulate cancers, they are actually multifactorial. So some cancers are genetic. Genetic means that they are passed from parents to children. However, the fact that it is genetic does not mean that every member of the family or every children of the family will come down with the cancer. So it can be genetic. What it means is that if there's a family history of cancer, such family members should be screening themselves regularly in case there's something like that. For instance, breast cancer can be genetic, so there are some genes that are associated with some cancers. So if there's a family history of cancer, such family members should seek medical attention, should be screening themselves regularly. So it could be genetic. It could also be acquired. Cancer can also be acquired as a result of what I mentioned earlier, acquired mutations that can occur in the cells. And acquired cancers could result from so many factors. Lifestyle changes, lifestyle factors can affect and can be associated with cancer. For instance, smoking associated with cancer, smoking, alcohol, drinking alcohol, environmental factors, exposures to some pollutants, exposures to chemicals, exposures to petroleum products, exposures to benzene, exposures to environmental factors. They can predispose to cancer. And of course, nutrition is also very important. Poor diets. A lot of people in this generation, many people take refined meals. They take refined, everything is fried, fried meat, fried fish, fried yam, fried, everything is fried. All those canned foods, all these fast foods are not very good. So all these fast foods, they're not very good. So people that indulge in most of these things, they are at the risk of developing cancer. Of course, obesity, people who sedentary lifestyles. So these are risk factors. Obesity, sedentary lifestyles. These are some of the risk factors. Smoking, alcohol, and these are acquired risk factors.
Okay, doctor. So we'd like to move ahead. You already mentioned the risk factors that we can use to detect when we have cancer or when we see something unusual in our body. So we'd like to ask, what preventive screenings or routine medical checkups do you recommend us?
So routine screenings and medical checkups are available. So for instance, one of them is for ladies. Self-breast examination is very important. Ladies should always self-examine their breast, and some groups of societies and NGOs, they have been training people on how to do self-breast examination. So this is available. So when a lady examines her breast regularly, it's an unusual lump somewhere, the person should report immediately for investigations. So self-breast examination is very good for ladies. Mammography is very good and it's available. So ladies should go for mammography as often as possible. Then pap smear to prevent cervical cancer, very, very important. Okay. Then for prostate cancer, things like PSA. Okay. Men should go and do PSA, check themselves annually and check for their PSA. Then generally annual medical checkups. People should go for annual medical checkups. These things are expensive. We know that things are expensive and hospital things are expensive, but there's nothing that is better than good health. Yeah. Health is wealth, they say. Yeah. So I know it's not easy. People are looking for money to eat food and all of that, but health is very important. So we should prioritize annual checkups even when you're not feeling sick. Yeah. Yeah. So, but for those who have family histories of cancer, it's even much more important. Okay. To check all these things.
Okay. So doctor, you said earlier that it can be genetic. You know, cancer can be genetic. So I'd like to ask, what age do you think we should begin with the screening and the checkups and all that?
Okay. So for ladies, for self-breast examination, as soon as you attain menarche and you have breasts have come up, so that one should be a regular thing. So for things like mammography, maybe from 40 years of age, they can start doing that. People that, for men, from 40 years, they should be doing their PSA on an annual basis. Pap smears also for ladies. Then generally, annual checkups are very, very important. Okay.
Now this we would like for you to rephrase what early symptoms or signs should viewers pay attention to.
Okay. Paying attention to early signs and symptoms. If you are very, very important when it comes to cancer is the issue of weight loss. I'm saying it's unexplained weight loss. Most of people lose weight for reasons that they want to keep shape and all that. When it's an unexplained weight loss, you should check a medical check. It's a sign that something is wrong. Unexplained weight loss. Persistent fatigue. You're always tired. You're always weak. Even when you are eating, you are tired. You are weak. You need to check. Go for medical checkup. Persistent, easy fatigability. You're always weak. You're always tired. You check. You see any lump, any lump, any part of your body. You're not supposed to see any lump. Well, except if they are maybe something that someone was born with. Otherwise, any lump that you have seen, you should go to the hospital. Persistent fever, you're taking anti-malarials, you're taking antibiotics. In fact, you should always go to the hospital. It's not good to just be going to pharmacy and please mix for me. Some people say mix for me. They'll go out to pharmacy, mix for me. They'll mix antibiotics, mix antibiotics. No. Please check, go for medical checkup and check. If you use unusual bleeding, yes, abnormal bleeding. Maybe you are brushing your teeth in the morning and you see blood coming out. Or you see blood in your nostrils. Or you see abnormal bleeding. You should go to the hospital for medical checkup.
Okay. So, doctor, you are trying to say that there is no particular age that cancer is meant for.
Okay, yes. Okay, that's another thing. Yeah. So cancer occurs in both adults and children. Okay. So cancer is not only for adults. Cancer also occurs in children. But usually in children, it might even appear faster. Like it might even be easily to identify. Like maybe someone has a lymphoma, you see swellings, you see maybe Burkitt's lymphoma, you see swellings, and so for children, I know children don't hide things. So when they are sick, they cry, and the parents take them to the hospital, they easily get. But actually, cancers occur in both adults and children.
Okay. So you were talking about the checkups and the medications, and you mentioned that it's quite expensive though. So is there any other advice or recommendation you can give, like exercises or anything you can give?
So recommendations for avoiding cancers from a human point of view to avoid as much as you can. Number one, you should quit smoking. Anyone who is smoking should please quit smoking. Smoking is a very high risk factor for lung cancers, throat cancers, and all of that. So quit smoking, quit taking alcohol, quit smoking, quit alcohol. Good nutrition is very, very important.
Okay.
Good healthy nutrition, good healthy, not fast foods. You just put something inside food, within 5 seconds food is there, you're eating it. It's not nutritious. Good nutrition, healthy diets, very, very important. Exercise is also very, very important, because obesity, as I said, with a lot, is a very risk factor for cancers. So obesity, so whoever is obese should try as much as practically possible to reduce the weight. Physical exercise, and this exercise doesn't necessarily have to be real big exercise. Maybe they call it brisk walking.
Okay.
Brisk walking, dancing, even dancing. Yes, it's very important. Brisk walking, dancing, jogging. You know, when you go and do plenty, go to the gym. Brisk walking, jogging, dancing is very, very important. Okay. We should avoid sedentary lifestyle. Obesity, we should reduce it.
Okay.
So these are things that we can do. Nutrition is very, very important. Increase fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
We should increase fruits. You know, we always say these things, but they are expensive. Unfortunately, they are expensive. They are expensive, but health, they say, is wealth. You know, it's expensive. Which fruit do you go and buy? Everything is expensive. But because health is wealth, we need to take more of fruits, more vegetables, nuts, nuts like that.
Okay.
They're very important.
Okay. Okay. So, what do you think there is any vaccine or cure to this cancer that, or do you think there is anything the government or the hospital is doing about it?
Yeah, that's another thing. Okay, sorry, I forgot to mention about that. So there are vaccinations that are available to prevent cancers.
Okay.
For instance, for cervical cancer, there are vaccinations that are available to prevent cancer. So people should go to vaccination centers and get vaccinated against commonly available cancers. So vaccinations are available, so people should help them with that. Cervical cancer can be vaccinated against. So vaccines are available to prevent a lot of these conditions.
Okay, now.
So vaccination is available. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that doesn't mean it's really like a death sentence.
Okay. No. So maybe okay. So cancer is really not a death sentence. Okay. That's one of the problems in the society. People think that cancer is a death sentence. No. Not. In fact, the first thing is that there are different types of cancers.
Yeah.
So cancers can be preventable, and even when the cancer comes, they can be treated, especially early presentation. Okay. That's one of the problems that we have in our environment here. People present to the hospital very late. People with cancer that present very early, they are curable.
Okay.
And also, the treatment is not as intensive as at when a disease is late.
Okay.
So people should present to hospitals very early. So cancers are not death sentences.
Okay.
Cancers can be cured when they are presented very, very early. That's why we always talk about screening so that when it is presented early, it can be treated, it can be cured, and of course it will be less expensive if it is caught very early.
Okay.
So cancer is not a death sentence.
Okay, doctor. We would also like to know, is it transmitted? Is it transmitted?
Okay, that's another thing. No, cancer is not contagious.
Okay, it's not contagious.
Yes. So you don't.
It cannot be transmitted.
It's not as if the wife has cancer. So by exposure, you have no. Cancer is not contagious. If that's as what I tend to say, no, cancer is not contagious.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So in the society where one person.
So we should not. If somebody has cancer, we should not run away from them.
Yes, we shouldn't
discriminate. We should not discriminate.
Yes.
We should not run away from them. We should not discriminate. We should try to help as much as we can help. Cancer is not contagious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go on a short break now. Don't go anywhere. The experts are still in the house.
I am Theodora Choma. All people should know about cancer is that first and foremost, it's not that if someone has cancer, it means that the person is going to die like they will say within 6 months or within 3 months. Some people have cancer and they will live up to 5-10 years. But the thing is, how people should detect it depends on the location and the symptoms. Something like breast cancer. Breast cancer, if you notice a hard lump, for young people, it's mostly through lumps. But older people because the tissue of their breast is no longer dense, so those kind of lumps can be detected on mammography. So it's required that they go for mammography at least yearly, once a year. That is the older people. Before it was more prevalent in the older people, but now even young people 28, 21 used to have it now. Then some other ones are associated with GIT can present as obstruction. Maybe when the person is eating and at the end the person will end up vomiting it. That kind of. So it depends mostly on the sites of the cancerous proliferations and all that. Cancer is like cancer. What causes cancer is like both from the genetic and both from environmental. So genetic is you start checking familial history now. That if this one, if your family had something like in breast cancer now, some people their mom had and their aunts had before, and there's a 50% chance that the younger generation will have, like the females in the younger generation, and as it keep going, the percentage keeps increasing. So and if you notice it early, that means people that are with the familial predisposition will have to be checking themselves very regularly. Then the environmental, something like people that are working in factory, because they say in those days asbestos, people that work in like almost all of them ended up with cancer of the lungs. So they had to stop. Now other houses are using aluminium instead of asbestos. So it depends. If you know you're a factory worker that is like something like benzene all the time, just know that. Just be checking yourself regularly. You might have. So these things depend on, okay, what is your occupation? Are you exposed to all these carcinogenic? Sometimes even something like aflatoxins from granola. All these granola you see that is purplish. Aflatoxins is a fungi, but it's cancerous. It has a carcinogen in it. So these are things we just have to be looking at. But the cause of cancer is entirely unknown, but we just know there is a genetic predisposition and there is an environmental predisposition. So people with the genetic and are now in the environment, their own is much more higher. So
okay, my name is Edith. Okay, about cancer, I think firstly, everybody has to know that cancer happens to everybody. It doesn't matter what you did at any time of your life, it can occur. And then there are different types of cancer. Some are just specifically for women, like cervical cancer, and there are other types of cancer, so like breast cancer. Just any abnormal growth of cells in any part of your body can become a cancer. All right. So about cervical cancer specifically, it's on the high rise now, like it's on the rise. So the main only prevention now we have for cervical cancer is HPV vaccine. That's human papillomavirus. That's one of the causes. And if you have the vaccine, everybody is encouraged to have it. It's not part of the immunization schedule, yes. From 9 years, I think, you get it. But from 21 years, you start taking pap smear. Everybody should do that. Every female, especially those that are sexually active. I don't think there's no way to detect it early. Unless you go for screening tests. Like I said, pap smear from 21 years old. And then you do breast self-examination for breast cancers and just regular checkups.
I'm Nurse Juliet. Okay, firstly, cancer is a condition whereby the body cells grow abnormally or uncontrollable, maybe at the wrong places in the body. So when this happens, some cells of the body are affected, leading to body being exposed to some certain infections and more. So this is for the definition. So for the lifestyle that people need to modify, number one, avoiding of tobacco, maintaining a good body weight, healthy diet, engaging in physical exercises, and also going for medical screening to check if maybe there is an abnormal growth of cancer in their body, and also if there is, then they should go for treatment. One of the medical ways to find out is first, that's why I talked about going for medical checkup, because normally you cannot just get it on your own. You have to go for tests to know if the cell, maybe there was any abnormal growth of cells in the body. So that's number one way to find out if there is any abnormal growth of cancer in the body.
Abigail Okosisa. Okay, what I think people should know about cancer. Cancer is like an abnormal growth in the body. Like most times the causes are not even known. They just something abnormal just start growing in your body. That is why it's advisable. They tell you to go for checkups at least every 6 months. Though it's costly, many people cannot afford it, but it's advisable. So, because if you don't, it will keep on growing and it will get worse. Can I speak it was? Sorry. How about you with zigging so like when you start doing like something, giving you one very bad this thing, you're not rushing to the hospital, you're not find out that it's cancer. So if you can afford it, I think you should be going for checkups. Yes. So cancer, it has causes, so like smoking, unhealthy lifestyles, but most of that times there's no something that they'll tell you that this is the cause. Gongo, something like breast cancer now. What will you say gave you breast cancer? You'll be on your own. One nonsense will just start growing inside your breast. That's how it now spread and stuff. So that is why checkups. I don't think you can on your own. Something like for breast now, you know how they tell people to do self-breast examination. By the time you now feel, like, assuming you feel your breast regularly, you know how your breast feels normally. So when you now notice something that is not normal there, you now have to go to the hospital. But on your own, I don't think you just see cancer and know. So you just have to be going for checkups. That is just it, yes.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back, and this is still Health Matters on Aneke TV. We are still discussing on cancer with our guest, Professor Sunday Uchenni, Professor of Hematology to the University of Nigeria. So thank you, sir. As you were saying, we were talking about cancer and how it develops in the body and how it cannot be contagious, how it's not contagious, and how the society can contribute to preventing us developing it ourselves. You know, we can also develop it ourselves without it being contagious, without it being transmitted from one person to the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would like to know how important is early detection and how does it impact treatment success and survival rates?
So as I was trying to say, I was saying earlier, early detection helps a lot in the management of cancers.
Okay.
When cancer is detected very early, it is treatable and it is curable. Early stage cancers are treatable and curable. That's why we always emphasize that people should come to the hospital as soon as it is practically possible. But when it has spread and it has metastatized, we use the word metastasis when it has metastated to different organs in the body, when it has affected or involved other systems, it becomes more difficult. Complications now set in. Okay. But when cancer comes, it's seen very, very early. It is treatable, it is curable, and the cost of treatment are much less.
Okay.
Than when
So also, what are the complications that can come in?
Yeah, complications can come in if it has affected other organs.
Okay.
For instance, if a malignancy affects the kidneys,
okay,
somebody may come down with renal failure. If it affects the liver, it can cause liver failure.
Okay.
If it affects different systems in the body, it can bring about the complications of those organs. If it affects the, it can even affect the skin,
okay,
it can affect the brain,
okay,
can metastasize to the brain, and when it affects the brain, it will cause a lot of neurological complications.
Okay.
Somebody may now have a stroke, somebody may now have other problems associated with that system. So, but if it is localized to a particular organ, it is more easily treated.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So when these complications comes in and all these symptoms begin to show, does that mean that we can still detect that this person has cancer without the person knowing itself? Because a lot of people don't know; they think it's normal, maybe it's something else, without knowing that it could be cancer. So you mean that
is the reason
someone
why
can detect it without?
That's why the people should come to the hospital early.
Okay.
There are different investigations and different tests for different types of cancers.
Okay.
If it's blood cancer, we look at the blood film, can do a bone marrow aspiration, can do a bone marrow biopsy. If it is prostate cancer, can do a prostate biopsy. You know, if it is cervical cancer, they can do a biopsy. So but the earlier the patient presents, the better.
Okay.
So at any stage that cancer comes, it can be diagnosed.
Okay. Okay. Moving on. What treatment options are currently available, and how have cancer treatment improved in recent years?
Yeah. So there are currently a lot of treatment modalities in the treatment of cancer. There's a lot of advancement, a lot of progress, to the extent now that people should not die of cancer. People should not die of cancer. Because cancer is treatable, cancer is curable. The only thing is that the earlier the patient comes to the hospital, the better. So treatment modalities will include surgery. So they can do surgery to remove the cancer. So there can be what we call surgical removal of the tumor. So surgery can be involved, an operation. And that one is what we call chemotherapy. So drugs can be used to destroy or they kill the cancer cells. So we have surgery, we have chemotherapy, we also have radiotherapy. So radiotherapy is when radiation is used to destroy the cancer cells. Then there's also immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is a situation where immune cells are modified such that the patient's immunity can be improved to fight the cancer. So basically we have surgery, we have chemotherapy, we have radiotherapy, we have immunotherapy, and even now there's even more advanced forms of immunotherapy. It's what we call CAR T cell therapy. So the truth of the matter is that cancer treatments has advanced. There's a lot of treatment that's available to treat all forms of cancer now. So that cancer should not be a reason why somebody should die, except in countries or in situations and places where the facilities are not available. Otherwise, there is treatment for cancer.
Okay. Moving on. So, doctor, how safe is a surgery for a cancer treatment?
Yeah, of course, all these things should be handled by experts. So there are surgeons who are called surgical oncologists. So when a patient has a surgical cancer, a cancer that can be treated by surgery, so such a person is referred to the surgery department. So experts, surgeons, what we call surgical oncologists, they know how to handle it.
Okay, so how safe do you think it is?
Of course, it's very safe. In safe hands. So in expert hands. Yeah. So people should be referred to hospitals that have the facilities. So different cancers are treated by different specialists. So it's better that people are referred to specialists for treatment. So when you enter into safe hands, definitely treatment is safe. So surgery is safe. If that is what is indicated for that part of cancer, for that type of cancer.
So since you said they are safe, in safe hands, so what common misconceptions about cancer that may prevent people from seeking proper care?
Okay, there are a lot of misconceptions, and the commonest misconception is that cancer is a death sentence. And I think I've mentioned it, that cancer is not a death sentence. Unfortunately, in the environment, people think that cancer is a death sentence. When somebody has cancer, he or she will die. No. Please, cancer is a misconception, it's a myth. People think that once somebody has cancer, the person must die. No. So treatment is available in specialist centers or in specialist hospitals. So treatment is available. So cancer is not a death sentence. So number two, some people also think or say that cancer only occurs among old people, just as we mentioned earlier. Cancer is not only in old people. Children also have cancers. Another misconception, some people, maybe because of their traditional beliefs, they think that they can cure cancer with herbs. Well, we are aware of advancements in medical care. However, orthodox medicine has advanced in such a way that cancer can be treated. So when a patient has cancer, instead of rushing the person to just a herbal home and I just giving concussions, they should please go to the hospital. So please, people should not think that cancer cannot be treated in the hospital. Cancer can be treated in the hospital. They should not just say in herbs. Then some people believe a lot in, people say it's from the village. People believe in village too much. They say anything, can say it's village people. It's village people, it's village people. Not everything is village people. Not everything is village people. Some of these things are sicknesses that have occurred. And when things have occurred, don't just be blaming in-law, blaming enemy, blaming village people. No, it's not village people that is causing cancer. Even though, of course, everything can have spiritual undertones, but at least when the spiritual undertone has manifested physically, we should go for physical treatment. Please. So some people have cancer, they now say, they will go to the village, they will look for who is enemy, who is no. Please. We know that spiritual things can happen. But please don't overemphasize village people or enemies when cancer comes. Please seek medical attention and receive optimal care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, doctor, you mentioned earlier that surgery is safe. Yes, in safe hands. So, I would like to know how trained are healthcare workers in handling cancer patients?
Okay, so just as I said, so in the healthcare setup, there are different fields of medicine. Different doctors, different nurses, different paramedical people, they have trained, what I would say, sub-specialized in different areas of medicine. So some people, they have specialized in cancer care. So they are specialists in cancer care. And when you meet a specialist in any form of cancer, they will give their best treatment. So it is safe to meet a specialist in the cancer care. If somebody has a gynecological cancer, you should go and meet a gynecological specialist. That is, somebody has a surgical oncologist, somebody has a breast cancer, you go and meet a breast surgeon, somebody has a cervical cancer, you go and meet someone who has a specialist, someone has a blood cancer, you should meet person that is in that area. So they are specialists. And when you meet specialists, you are in safe hands. That's just what I would say about that.
Okay. So, I'm trying to understand for the viewers to be able to gain trust that when they meet this particular person handling this issue, this particular cancer issue, they should have that trust in them that they'll be able to take care of them.
Yes. So the most important thing is be sure that you are referred to a specialist that can manage that type of cancer. Not all oncologists, cancer doctors are oncologists. So not all oncologists handle all types of cancer. Like I am a hematology oncologist. So I treat multiple myelomas, leukemias, lymphomas, blood cancers. I will not dabble into treating prostate cancer. I will not dabble into treating cervical cancer. I'm not able to treating breast cancer. If any person, I'll just refer you immediately to someone who is a specialist in that area. So, and one thing we know in medicine is that we are taught to know our limitations. A good doctor is a doctor that knows his limitations. A good doctor is a doctor that knows that this is beyond me. And let us allow ourselves to be referred to specialists. When you meet a specialist, that specialist has been trained in that area. So what you do is just pray and cooperate and believe that by the grace of God things will turn out right. So let's trust the specialists that are handling whatever that condition is.
So finally, what practical steps can viewers take today to reduce their risks and protect overall health?
Practical steps, just as you have mentioned. Number one, quit smoking. If you have been smoking, please quit smoking. If you have been drinking alcohol, quit drinking alcohol. If you are not doing any form of exercise, start developing some form of exercise. It doesn't mean that you must go to the gym. You can do brisk walking, walk fast. You can jog. You can dance very well. You can dance in your room. Put on a music in your phone, or put music in your radio. Sing, dance, and sweat. So by the time you lose some weight, you are reducing some cancer risk, because obesity is associated with cancer. Stop smoking, stop drinking, stop sedentary lifestyle. And of course, good nutrition. As I said earlier, good nutrition is expensive, but health, they say, is wealth. Lots of fruits and vegetables should be in our diet. We should minimize or avoid refined meals, refined foods. Yes, there's one misconception I just remember now. People say that sugar feeds cancer. People have been saying that sugar feeds cancer. So when somebody has cancer, no more sugar, no more this. No, the person should not even eat anything sweet again. There is no direct link between sugar and causing cancer. So someone who has cancer should not be prevented from, cannot even put sugar in your tea again. Should not, this person says you should not go and, so please. So everything should be in moderation. So generally, stop smoking, stop drinking alcohol, do some exercise, good nutrition. When you see any unusual things in your body, report early to the hospital for checkup.
Okay, finally, before we round up, you said someone who has cancer shouldn't bother about sugar and all that, right? So we'd like to know, does that mean that diabetic patients cannot?
No. What I'm trying to say that some people say that sugar is food for cancer
patients. Okay.
Because of that, they will not eat sugar.
Okay.
I'm not talking about diabetic people.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah. So, but still on that, can diabetes, create a way
for cancer.
Yeah.
People who have diabetes, well, you might say they may be immunocompromised, but there is no direct link that says somebody has diabetes, he will also have this cancer. No. But somebody who has diabetes is a human being, they develop another cancer. But that doesn't mean that it is a diabetes that is leading to the cancer.
Doesn't mean it's direct.
There is no direct causation. So you should just live the best way you can live to avoid any cancer.
Yes, avoid any risks of cancer. Thank you very much, our guest, Professor Sunday, a professor of hematology at the University of Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Edition.
Nice.
That concludes today's edition of Health Matters. Remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living. Thank you for watching. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.